It is always the same thing on Mondays. Welcome on in. I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you're good. As always, we have some kind of news, half news here and there, specifically on the apps. The UI kit is not progressing as well as I want it to progress, so that's going to take a while, but it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Yeah, I know the news is debatable. It's fine, but it's debatable. Uh, let's see if I can just plug that in, set things up so that we have everything. So far, um, in the news in questions, Can has been. I thought it was updated on iOS, but it wasn't. Basically, I forgot to send the update to everyone. So now that's launched for iOS, so that's good. The Android version got an update as well. I noticed that there was missing some words in the dictionaries. So now both the iOS version and the Android version have the exact same dictionaries, which is good, right? I mean, we are using the same files as a starting point anyway, so that was the case. It was the same already, but it's just like some of the dictionaries, specifically the 1,000 words dictionary, only had 999. So, for the sake of counting, now we have 1,000 on all of the ones that are supposed to be 1,000. The other thing is the handwritten font was supposed to be available in iOS, and then for some reason it didn't go through. So that is something that it makes no sense. I don't know exactly what happened, but now it's supposed to be there as well on iOS. It was there on Android before, so we'll see when Android decides to deploy that new version. You might already have access to it, and iOS needs a review, so it's going to take like 3 days, I guess, to get there. The Perfume app has a bit of an issue. Not really, but kind of. Basically, in the system that is your scent DNA, when you are in your settings, um, that chart right there is based. I made some changes to make sure that the text was all around the circle as expected, and I reorganized them so that we don't have clusters of longer lines of text. We had four of them right here, and if you have the app, you will probably see that four of them on this side are really long. So now it's a bit better. But nonetheless, these are evolving in a way that I don't like. And I need to figure out exactly what's happening because right now nothing really good is happening. So yeah, that's one of the thing that needs to happen, needs to change. The thing that I'm seeing is that technically speaking, at some point, my Sand DNA was a bit more spread out. There was a lot more stuff that was um, on multiple fronts at the same time. And I'm guessing this is because a lot of my current collection has been pushed into the not for me section for the sake of not having to see that in my recommendation on a daily basis, because otherwise they are just there all the time and that pissed me off. So that might be a reason. Um, I might just have to bring them back to see things happen. And then the Never Again also kind of grew a tad compared to last time. So that probably is one of the reasons why that section has been changing. But so far, that's okay. We have like a bit of an updated version of the chart itself to have like a better rendering. And yeah, that's, I guess that's a pretty good thing. Pretty good thing. Um, the last news is going to be on ban, but not really that complex as a news. We are 113 people in the app, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 113, and that's about it. We now have a new section with a showcase section, which is something that happened to be brought to me basically by the discussion that we had on Threads last week. So in here, probably as again, but in there we talked about it um, in that reply, um, or that one. I forgot exactly which one it is, but yeah, this one. They said that Averly was probably the most successful because of the showcase section, and the showcase section on Averly is basically showcasing others' profile, but they have made profiles for big names. So I don't know if these are true, but they are there. So based on that, based on that section that seemed to sway that person during that discussion, I decided to add the showcase as well, so that we have like a bit of a something somewhere. It's not really like presenting any dedicated profiles or very known people. I just looked at everything and took the ones that I feel are the best rendering. Obviously, when I'm doing that, it's just a mistake. That's one in, not two. Um, the one that looks the best. So you know, that's the thing. I like this one a lot for the micro interaction, not the micro interactions, but like the illustrations. The thing that they have created in there are really cool. Uh, and then they're from Brazil, so obviously we like them. So yeah, we get that, and then we have the explore section, which goes into the database and looks at all the profiles that exist, so you can just get in and look at something from someone else, see what they have, and so on. So that's a new feature, a new thing. I don't know if I will retain it for the longest time, but you know, it's done, it's there. And right now I'm currently working on this, as always, to make sure that we have the best-ish um, things. I guess the Switch might be the best representation of what I've done. So adding a ton of micro interactions, not necessarily the best micro interactions, but like just having some of them. The radio group, for example, is one that I like a lot because of the pulse that goes with it. I feel like this is a pretty cute rendering. It works. It's easy to understand what happens, who is selected, and so on. Um, so yeah, working on all of that for all of the components has been taking a lot of time. But at least it is added everywhere, so that works. And yeah, some of them don't really have like the biggest of transitions, but just a slight amount is enough to make it a difference when it comes to what needs to happen. Um, I think in the progress bar specifically, I have some things, but eh. Yeah, it's not great. It's fine, but it's not great. It has like a bit of a cycling animation. I don't even think you can see that on stream based on how subtle that change is. The color changes very much subtle, so that's a thing that I don't like much. What? We have that. That's pretty cool. In terms of micro interactions, most of the things are pretty good. I changed some of the rendering here as well that we've done last week, and there are still things that just don't make a lot of sense. The amount of repetition we have in the description is just like way too much. All of these things for the label, positioning, and so on is a waste of space. Specifically with all of the colors options, like that makes no sense. And then here with all of the size option, every time it's just like it's a waste. So I understand why that was the case in the first place, right? Having all of these set up properly from the get-go is a pretty good thing. It needs to happen based on the fact that, you know, you need to showcase exactly all the options, all the variations, so that you know exactly which one to pick. But if you just have one set of size, one set of placement, one set of color. It's good. You don't need like all the size, all the colors, all the placements all the time. So that is something that needs to be changed. But in the small amount of time that I'm allocating for this week, we need to change the thing on band because that is the most important section right now. With this one, with one N, not two. Let's just deploy that. I put some things in place when it comes to checks and new platforms, new usage. The thing that I showcased on Wednesday, I think, is really cool. It is really cool. It has a very interesting outcome, at least from my point of view. It's really neat. The paperclip is a very interesting concept and project, which looks like this and cost me some money, but it's fine. Basically, it is linked and plugged within Cloud Code. So I'm using my own Cloud subscription, which is good. But then I have my company that is giving me some things. For example, right now, all of my agents have been awakened at the same time to check if they have tasks to do and so on, to just ensure that they, are working and doing what I've asked them to do. So this run has succeeded. All these runs have succeeded. Nothing is necessary to do for them. The only thing that I know is that inside of these things, I study work on it, is when I've done like a technical analysis of this. Jonathan, welcome back. That was pretty interesting, gave me a ton of things with the security fixes that needs to happen. And so I did some of the fixes, asked for new review and so on. And now I know that we have in the issues, I have 3 of the issues that needs to be potentially fixed to ensure that the thing is working. And I think I've done that, but I'm not sure. So yeah, I could just send that as a new issue, or at least as a bounce back on this, just to check as a component check. So I guess even though not necessarily needed, I should probably check that with the CTO, but also the founding engineer is going to be pretty good. I'm still chatting with the founding engineer on this one. So basically, this is the system. It's running things properly. And so one of the things that I do like about this process and this app, CLI app, I don't know, is that the agents are communicating together. So if the founding engineer needs some verification with the CTO, and if the CTO needs some verification with the CEO, then that is something that will probably happen, and they will communicate with each other and bump each other. So that's a pretty cool thing. Cat, hi, work on it. How are you? How's the day going? So yeah, that's it's nice. It costs a bit, to be honest. By simply having it run in the background all the time, you will basically have to, like, the heartbeat thing is running every 30 minutes to 1 hour. I forgot exactly how often, to check if you have like added something in the inbox that they didn't really check or noticed in the first run, whatever. So it will cost and cost and cost and cost, but it's fine. It's fine. But nonetheless, running these things, looking at exactly what's happening, also going back to some of the stuff that we talked about before of what is the context when it comes to LLMs and agents and how and why it costs like more and more the longer they run. This is a very good representation of that, where you have a tool call is one action, a tool result is what the LLM is reading, followed by the command, followed by the result, followed by the thinking. All of that is sent and resent and resent all the time to make sure that the entirety of the thing is on point with the goals. So that's a thing. That's a big thing. But yeah, no, nonetheless, I would say that's a very interesting thing, interesting system. It works so far. Um, and the results are pretty good. I could, and I didn't on this one, I could give it the path. Marmalade, hi, what morning? How are you? How was your weekend? I could give it the path to my local directory so that it can do the changes for me if I want to, so that I don't need to do anything. I just need to be the board member that steer the company in a very different direction and in the same direction and so on. So, you know, that's an interesting thing, but nonetheless, for now, I'm just making it be a top level assistant rather than hands-on assistant. I don't trust. I mean, I do, but I don't trust the entire thing. Um, you know. So, um, 16 has been fixed, 17 has been fixed, 18 has been fixed. There is a new feature that is specifics right there, and there is a get all published profiles that use collect, which seems to be something that might need to be passed and fixed. So yeah, and then again, like that had another run for something else, so some other agents run at the same time, and now I'm at $23. So yeah, you got a fat ass. That's news. That is news. Uh, you did send me a monster this morning at midnight and 7 minutes. Why? Why is that the case? That's crazy. That is crazy. uh, I don't know what happened in politics, Marmalade, for you. So, yeah, I, I'm sorry if it doesn't fit your needs. Are you talking about this one? This one, I could only drink a third. Before my heart said, "Bitch, don't do that. You have heart issues. Why are you drinking this?" Um, yeah, it's a bit of a different color when it's like not processed by everything. But yeah, why? What do you mean this is not allowed? Um, I guess I'm gonna just save myself on this one. You said strawberry dreams, which is supposed to be somewhere along the line of before the heart attack. I think I have it. I think I have it on the stack. I should create an Instagram account dedicated to the monsters, or I should have. This one? It was pretty nice. And it was pretty nice, not gonna lie. Not my favorite, but not the worst. Um, but yeah, no, it's a nice can. Nonetheless, it's a nice pink and it's a nice can. So we do like them, and we like the blueberries as always. That makes a lot of sense. Uh, but yeah, no, this one was really good. Um, some of the others, the black one that I think Kat saw when she was here, but most people didn't. Where these are a lot of cakes right there. I think. Where you at? I know I took a picture of that. Yeah, right there. This. Um, the ultra red was really interesting, kind of cherry-like, but not this one. Like there is a cherry one that was for Christmas 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. That was pretty nice. And this one was a blackberry. Uh, yeah, a blackberry one, and it was really good. It was really nice, not too chemically speaking. This one was good. Uh, I wish it still existed, but it doesn't. So, yeah. Nonetheless, I still can't. I shouldn't, at least. Um, I'm the opposite, Marmalade. I don't like coffee because of the taste, and I don't like energy drink because of the energy part, because of my heart condition. But I love the taste of energy drink, and that's why I still drink them, even though I shouldn't. Doctor said no, and I said fuck off. I'm gonna die anyway. So, yeah, that is the situation. I don't know. Um, I don't know. But yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This one was really good. Not gonna lie. This one was pretty nice. I think I still have one of these in the fridge since they came up. Now they are not really there anymore. It's nice. It's a nice one. It's a nice one. Um, yeah. I'm in the same. I'm kind of in the same boat. You can see some of my reaction stickers, specifically that one. That. Yes, I have so many stickers. Um, Other than that, not much. Most of these things have been pretty good, and yeah, that's the new one. That's the latest one. I feel like it's a very good reaction for some of the things that Cat is sending me sometimes. So I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It also, I mean, basically they go to Cat or my sister, um, so it makes sense. It makes sense. I see. That's crazy. Competition of jiu-jitsu is kind of wild. Also, that happened. That killed me. Guess what that is? Um, I was so sad. These are fries, obviously. The red stuff, kind of the same color, um, is my cheesecake raspberry jam thingy that basically opened in the bag when I was getting back home, and it went all over the fries. So sad. Anyway, anyways, um, so everything has been fixed. We have everything. All the critical things are fixed, which is good. Um, yeah, I think that should work. I think that should be good. I think that should be good. Anyways, if you are interested in this thing, this is called Paperclip. A lot of people have been talking about it for the past few days, and it's interesting nonetheless. Like I do like the concept of it. It has a pretty nice landing page as well. Um, and yeah, I don't know why I have the one with the quick start section highlighted, but that's what happened. So yeah, no, it's gonna be fine. Paperclip overall is, let me see. Do we not have a website lending thing at some point? I think we had, but apparently we don't. Yeah, no, that's not what I wanted. GitHub is pissing me off. GitHub is pissing me off. Um, but yeah. I did show your full name? No. I don't think I have shared your full name. Did I? Hmm. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, why don't we have the website? We had a website about, I don't know, a bit ago. Oh, that's the website. Goddamn. My bad. That's the thing. I like the landing page. It's a very simple landing page, but it contains everything that you need to know and see. And overall, it works. So, that is, that's nice, I guess. Why is my trackpad dead right now? Everything is dying uh, on my computer. It makes absolutely no sense. Everything is just slowly dying. Anyways, this thing is pretty cool. It has everything that you need to have basically to manage an unmanned company. So that is something that might be interesting for some people, might not be interesting for others. It depends on you. But it's neat. It's working. If you need something specific, like let's say you need I don't know, a senior dev, a junior dev to help you do something and so on, you can just ask your CEO to hire someone new, and it's gonna create a very specific uh, agent files just for you, just so that you have the things, and then when you have your agent, you can just go there, change the content, define exactly how things are supposed to be working, and so on. Right now, there are some stuff in there based on the outputs that are not necessarily good for what they are supposed to do. Like the CEO is supposed to be a bit more specific when it comes to its definition compared to the other ones. But um, they need to be more global than just one project and one product. So that's something that needs to be changed. Nonetheless, this is working, which is pretty cool, and it is very simple and very fast. Uh, so yeah, you know, it's fine. It is fine. But yeah, I'm still cutting it loose every time that I don't need it at that point. So yeah. Um. Mhm. Anywho, it seems that happens. So that's been good. Let me just go back there and see if and your link is now. Yes, and your link is good. I made the mistake again. God damn it. Why am I like this? Why is me such a dummy when it comes to this? Um, that needs to be renamed with one N instead of two. My bad. My bad. Also, what I'm doing right now is really bad, so I don't really care. But whatever. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, still not a dev though. That doesn't happen. I have not. I have not. I have tried though. I have tried to get the Figma MCP to work to import a website to Figma. For some reason, I can't figure it out. Uh, the MCP is officially loaded and running, but I can't access it and I can't use Cloud Code to do anything on it. And I don't know why that's the case. So that's a bit of an annoyance. But yeah, that is good news, I guess. That is good news. Do you know what level they are? Like in terms of skills, but also in terms of people? Like, is it gonna be a pretty nice interactions, or is it gonna be a power dynamic that's not gonna be good because you've been there longer and they have more experience, or that kind of stuff might be the case. I don't know. We never know. We never know. That's good then. That is good. If you can have the discussion in the beginning of here is what we have, here is what we're trying to achieve, and here is where we want to go. Let me just follow through and so on. That should be a pretty good thing. But yeah, um, yes, that's the thing. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I One post was pretty nice for the thing that I built last week, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago. Um, that's Taylor Swift private jets. The thing that is really good is the dates right there. Uh, I talk about Taylor Swift and because of that, um, Amazon doesn't like that. Yeah, yeah, that's what happens. If you talk bad about Taylor Swift, then you get some downtime. It makes sense. Makes sense. But yeah, so this is a pretty cool video to see and showcase and so on for this thing that I've built last month, I forgot, um, which is a bit of a calculator thingy. It has a bit of a sound effect in the background. The first click is a bit heavy for some reason. I need to figure that out. But if you select something, Taylor Swift is like the lowest, so it doesn't really work. But if I just select it for now, let's say I'm doing short hauls within 2 per year as a reasonable thing, and then long haul, if I'm moving to Japan and then coming back, I'm probably gonna do 1 per year, roughly. So like one to get there, and then next year I'm probably gonna need to come back for things or whatever. So roughly one. I don't drive a car. I don't have a yacht, obviously. I eat meat, but like that's the average thing. And then my home energy is a bit of a larger side, not necessarily like the big home as I made here, but nonetheless. I would need to live 114 years on top of right now and do the exact same thing every single year to match what Taylor Swift did in that video that we just saw. Um, and the thing is, she is the lowest on the scale. So if we use Seabell, that is a wild thing right there. Nonetheless, it's interesting. So that's a nice calculator thingy, and goddamn, 714 years. I don't think I'm gonna live that long. And then again, that's the amount that I need to live in order to match 1 year of this one, which is crazy. Which is crazy. So that's that's a fun stuff. That is a fun stuff. Why is this glitching right there? That we don't like that. Yeah. So yeah, overall, this was a pretty fun stuff. I think this is one of the only place or repos that I've decided to not open source, but like have there and showcase here as a presentation of what happens, why do we have this, and so on. So kind of open sourcing the README and so on to have the content. The goal has been basically during the last few, I would say, year and a half. There is a bit of a different direction when it comes to discovery and hiring for designers that is related to not years of experience, but mostly proof of work. And so when you have things that are accessible and usable, I've been saying that for the longest time, but lately it's a lot more important. When you have things that are on the store, that are live and available and so on, that helps in probably like getting you hired or showcasing your skills. So you have access to this, but most of the content that is in there is or are like repos that are currently private. So on the 27 repos that I have, ban is private, can is private. I mean, technically, I can basically do the opposite thing. Emmet is the only one that is public right here. Overlay 1 as well. And Kokoro is not something that is from me. This is something that I exported or forked. Overlay is also public. And then the rest is private all the way. I think the only one that is non-private is the last one, which is my first repo ever. Everything else is things that you can't see. So, that's interesting nonetheless. So yeah, with that in mind, with the fact that it is more interesting now to have some true visible activity on your GitHub, on your profiles, on your stuff, I am going to showcase a lot more probably. And so doing things like this where you just showcase what you've been working on and how it works, and when you have interactions, then yeah, that's that's a thing. That is a thing, which by the way, this thing is something that I wanted to have. So the transition when it comes to um, the themes within ban directly right now is a bit uh, instant. Like we had that thing in the beginning that was kind of instant, so I fixed that. But then when it comes to the backgrounds elements, they are instant. So I think I want a transition for this that is similar to the color scheme change, because that makes sense to me. But we'll see when that happens. Nonetheless, also something that I have kind of mentioned, but not really. My own profile is the marketing profile for now, and so I think I need to have other people that I can trust that have good enough profiles that I can showcase. So Sike is one of them, and your links is one of them as well. Obviously, they're already there, but you know, having something that showcase the cards like this one of presenting like what is a case study, how would it work, what you can do, and that way when people are just visiting the website, they can see that right here. If you go into the case study, you click on it. This zoom in is a bit too much, but you know, whatever. You have a bit of a presentation of how the case study is going to look. So that's this thing that I do like. To have at least have as a preview. So you know, it's nice. It's nice. I had to disable one account, which is not something that I like to do, but I don't really have a choice. Um, I talked about them basically in the first week or so, and I think I know what they are. Um, but they basically took a handle that is from a very specific company, and their whole page was just saying "fuck you," as if that it was their name. So I'm guessing this is someone that has tried to build something very similar, and just want to have like a bit of a not so good reputation on my end. So had to remove them from the pile that is in there for reasons. But yeah, we have like a lot of them that are pretty empty for a lot of reasons. But yeah, some people have some things in there which I think is good. That's the best thing, I would say, right here. Best stack where you have like all of your cards, which means basically having a 4x4 grid, um, is the best rendering with everything. Obviously, I'm currently zoomed in, but yeah, you load in like here. That makes sense. I think, Stony, you should add like a description or something, you know, just to have a description right there. Um, could be nice. Could be nice. I know as well that you have joined at a time where the description was not necessarily a thing that is visible, so you might not know that there is a field right here. In which case, that's my fault. That is entirely my fault. And yeah, we don't that's my fault. That's my fault. I think Kevino has a very good rendering overall, The thing that he has made or they have made, I don't know, is um, the reason why we have link images. So they sent me an email and said, well, it would be pretty nice if you could add like the a link, output link for images as well. And so I did that, and now I feel like this is a pretty good rendering of a personal website page thingy, um, because they have done all of these thumbnail things, so that makes sense. It's kind of nice sometimes. It's broken, but eh, you know. Yeah. Please do. Please do complain about your work condition. I I think you need to. I think you need to, for many reasons, but yeah. I I I get it. I mean that's an HR violation directly. I mean I get it. A coworker don't let you use the chair. I I mean, yeah. That please complain. Please complain. Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. But you can't do anything about it. So it's just I don't think HR will do anything about it either. That's a bit of a harder thing to do. So, eh. But yeah, I get it. You need to complain in these conditions. No choice, no choice whatsoever. Anyways, small details, small things for this week. It's a bit of a different week. I know that I mentioned it really quickly on Friday, but there will be no stream on Friday this week. My sister coming in on Thursday, and therefore Friday is going to be off. She's supposed to get out on Monday, so there might be no stream on Monday, but I think timing is good. Um, if that's not the case, there will be like a message on Discord to like explain what's happening. But yeah, no stream on Friday, that is for sure. However, I was debating doing a stream on Thursday, but then I don't know. I I don't know if it's a good idea to off schedule Thursdays once. I mean, it's fine, but it's also like, you know, maybe just keeping the schedule is fine enough. So we'll see what we'll do. But yeah, and then Stony, I saw this, which I think is pretty interesting for you specifically, even though very much different. It is an interesting project. It's Apple TV-like experience for your Android TV. However, it is a launcher, and the only thing that they have here is the APK. Like there is nothing else in there. So I don't know if they have like the code somewhere, if they open sourced it and you can just, see things. Nonetheless, potentially interesting to explore and see how they have done things on Android TV to make it more natural. I know that this is this is a launcher and not uh, the app for something. So I get it, but it's interesting. And then they have or they had a discussion basically comparing two that are kind of similar, but one of them has a ton of customizations for your Android TV and the other has none, which is this one. This one is mostly like the for your grandma type of thing, where it's just as basic and, I mean, not basic, but like as simple as and minimal as possible so that it, no distraction. You want to go to Netflix, you go to Netflix, like it's right in the center. Um, so that's something that is interesting, as always. Could be good to take a look, right? It doesn't cost anything other than a download and then an install and see if it does anything for you. But yeah, that's the thing. Um, to be checked, to be checked. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. I don't know. But yeah, I saw that, which is pretty interesting, nonetheless. And yeah, it looks nice because it's basically the Apple TV launcher, but for Android TV. That's what it is. So again, it's good for inspiration. That's good for the thing. And then today, I discovered this thing, which is the Twitter CLI, which basically lets you access Twitter without an API key. And knowing that um, Twitter is charging like $100 or $1,000 per month for the basic stuff, this is potentially good. So I'll see if I can figure it out. And as I mentioned, I mentioned that before, and now maybe it will work. Um, it might be something that unlocked last week. So if you remember last week, as in the name of the product, is an idea that I had a long time ago for showcasing things that I have seen on my feed last week or last Monday or last month. And, you know, um, to see if that could work. And so the idea is just to open my own profile and go on my own likes and then check everything up until a specific point. So if, like, let's say I was the last one that's been passed is this thing, and then everything else has been added since then the system for last week will just take a look, scan everything, give me all the links somewhere, and then I can review if that is going to the newsletter or not going to the newsletter. So that's a manual activity, which is pretty cool. And I don't think it is, in terms of service violations, on that. But maybe, I don't know. Then again, it's not really for my business, so I don't really care. It's just like to get access to my own likes. I'm not bypassing the paywall. I'm accessing my own profile through the CLI. Basically, that's what I understand from here. So, maybe that works. I need to read a lot more to figure out exactly how that works and if it's good, if it's not good. But for now, it seems to be pretty interesting. It might help. Might help. That's the thing. Other than that, everything else that I have here is old and not necessarily interesting. This one was nice, but I kind of disappeared. And I'm sad about it. Yeah. That was crazy. Basically here, when I started in the beginning, he just released it and it was really cool. And then it blew up. and now it's not really open source anymore. It's kind of annoying. It is. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Anyways, since I'm currently on my like, this is something that I have talked about in the past, but is very interesting. This is Korean design. This is coming in to a lot of people right now, and I've been seeing that for the past year, I think. Korean have a lot of glow and a lot of smooth transition in their gradients, and since the addition of the progressive blur instead of Figma and other tools, they have been popping off a lot more. So this is a bit of a pattern. This is not the first time, as I've been saying. This is something that I've been seeing for the past year and a half, roughly. That is mostly coming from China and Korea. You will probably see more and more of this coming in. There is one that is very, very prominent that we have seen so much, so many times. Let me see if I can just find it quickly in my liked stuff. I doubt it. I probably have liked it, but um, there's this one that is kind of common, but this is the one that we saw every time. Um, these things are really popping off right now. And again, coming from Korea, most likely. Most of these things are not Korean, but nonetheless, it is a pattern. It is a very interesting pattern. Um, it might be good. It might be good. It might be something that stays for now. I don't know. But we have that. We have that so far. Anyways, so that's been fixed. That's been sent, which means that now this section, if I go back here, I should have the right image. Yes. Right image, right links, right stuff. We have everything we need on this section. And yeah, we have 4 people paying in total, kinda. 103 people, 113 people. Sorry, my bad, I can't read. So that's good. That is good. We'll see if Apple release the app soon. And also, that is something that is annoying. I don't know why it happens. I don't know why the CI is always breaking, but it is running nonetheless, so I don't really care. I don't really care. Anywho, that is banned. We don't need it. We have everything so far. We need to go back to here, I guess. Unless fields pop back in, and then we get a bit of a this. We haven't really worked on the moss section. I feel like it would be appreciated. But I don't know. I don't know exactly if I like the very pale version. I do for the stage color. But I do also like the kind of more saturated thing that we had earlier. Something like this, but I do like that. Like, that makes sense. But that logo section thing, feels welcoming. Timing be good. I think you have been summoned for some reason. I kind of wanted to go over the color scheme because it makes sense to get that green thing, but I don't know if you are in that department. So I know you would never. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing. That is new. Um, let's not really a gradient palette. Like I don't really give a shit about that. But yeah, you know. Mm. You made some changes. Good. Cyber safe. We'll go on in. Um, do I hate this? Yes. It used to be free. I it used to be free. You used to be able to just, select multiple things and get your whole. Nonetheless, that's basically the thing that I envision for you. Can you get the fuck out with your AI stuff? I see that here. I don't see it in the landing page. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Gas phase. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, I mean, is it? um, I saw last time that you did that change where, the the sidebar is the same width, which is good. You have sound. That is interesting. That wasn't the case earlier. One of the things that I would mention here is the fact that the content, and I wanted to say that last time, but you were not here anymore. The content of the sidebar isn't the same width. You can see that on the first input field at the top. Your padding is a bit like further in, and so you end up with a bit of a switch in between the two, which is not necessarily something that you want to have. But it's a detail. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Um, I do. I do have now a new message. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The thing that I see is a lot of it is really uh, missing design. That's about it. It's missing alignment and consistency in between everything. So I don't know what you're using for this. If you're doing AI building for that, or if you're doing everything by hand. If that's by hand, then I get it. Take more time. But if you are using Cursor, JetBrains, AI chat, and whatever VS Code stuff, uh, it's just a matter of can we just have consistency. Uh, if it's cloud based, then you need. I forgot if it's skills. Yep, you need one of these to be within your environment, and you need the front end. I forgot if it's front end with a fucking dash. Yes. There is a front end skill, which is the official Claude design skill that you just add to your entire whatever, and you will end up with something that is much better. The um, I see, I see. But yeah, there is a ton of them in the skills.sh page that I don't really give a shit about. But yeah, um, you just planted carrots. They are called Paris carrots. That's interesting. I I did not know. I did not know. Yeah, I can see that. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that my computer is freaking out with the amount of thing that I added to it in the past few days because today is a hotter day when it comes to temperature within this environment. And last time when we had that many crashes in one stream, it was also a hot day. So I don't know what's happening. Um, let's see if opening the window helps. I doubt it. I doubt it. Anyways, we're back. Yeah, I've never heard of them. Or I didn't know that they were named Paris carrots. Anyways, so that's interesting. Um, well, let us know when they are done, because if you just planted them, they need to grow. So yeah. Anyways, going back to this dev-related content, um, you need the skill to be added, and you don't need to put it everywhere. Like it's useful when you have it, and I would highly recommend you to just go over it, reread the thing, change some of the content if necessary. Um, that's the first thing. The second thing is when you are prompting and asking stuff with Cloud Code, if possible. I mean, technically, Cursor would give you a better option, but if it's like Cloud Code and stuff, um, make sure that you are doing a screenshot based prompting, meaning that you are asking the thing that you want plus in addition a screenshot of something that is similar to what you want to have. So as always, Dribble is a very good source of this. So you say, I don't know, chat app. um, I'm going to say web app just for the sake of something, and maybe you like this. I'm taking the first one, right? Maybe you like this. And so you take this and you say, we want something that looks closer to this environment, to this design that I found, to this thing that is better, not better. I don't know. It really depends. But that will help you basically get faster and further in your whole thinking system with your vibe coding activities. So yeah. But then again, if I'm just going back here, um, because that's kind of good. The thing that I'm seeing here is basically what I would love to see somewhere around here. So if you look at the difference in between the two, obviously one of them is in light mode and therefore there are other things, but the system is basically the same. You have your sidebar with your servers, you have your sidebar with your messages, because I'm on the first one, and then it's probably going to be your uh, channels. God damn. And then you have your chats. And if you look at the chat environment, the thing that jumps at me here is the fact that everything is so much bigger here. So my input field for the message is massive. The icons for the activities and the thing that I can select for the text rendering are massive as well. So when you look here, for example, these are tiny. They are so tiny. Oh my god. So everything is basically like 3 to 4 times bigger in some of the rendering here. That makes the UI a bit more friendly and a bit more approachable for any type of people. Someone that doesn't have perfect vision would still be able to read everything that is in there and be okay with it. Like, kind of understand, maybe have a bit of a hard time reading the subtext underneath the name of the person, but that's about it. Whereas here, the probability of this being like just a blurred element that is not even visible because of the accessibility and contrast ratio there is higher. So just small stuff, making everything a tad bigger. Again, like 125% is something that I've said that last time. Makes a lot more sense. But yeah, no, you added sound. I heard that. You have friend groups here. I'm gonna be biased on this one again. Uh, I feel like a view like this that gives you the ability to just, switch in between the two versions of list and all card might be a good option right there. Um, Potential, not necessary, but potential. Um, 10 members, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm currently on the friend section, so it makes sense. But eh, my brain is going somewhere, and it's very somewhere similar to here, to be honest, for no reason whatsoever. Um, what there is this potential. I'm gonna do that here. There is this potential uh, here where you could um, do something like this. So you could have, let's say this is like 35, and then, I mean, this is going to be a bit of a bad idea, but, you know, I'm just going to alternate. Um, the goal with that is that you can have your servers right here in that tray. You can have your channels right there, but then if at some point you want to collapse, it's just a matter of collapsing on top of the panel, but you still have the sliver of the previous panel, so that it just makes sense. And that might be a thing that is interesting for the navigation, that would give you the separation of like interface, which I do like. But something like this, obviously extremely biased, makes a lot of sense to me. And something like this also makes a lot of sense to me. So this is very much no mercy behavior. not gonna lie, but having your server kind of on the side somewhere as a floating bar, and your content, the currently selected thing, being on the floating bar, and then the entirety of the stuff that you want to select right there as on the floor. This is the foundation of what is going to be presented, is a potential option. You could also go with this which is like an inverted um, element. I know that this is like currently very not as good as it needs to be, but yeah. It's interesting nonetheless. Right now, this is a very much duplicate of this. This is a floating bar and this is a floating bar with the thing in the background. I do like the card option. Um, I'm kind of, yeah, the new version of the Nothing phone. Um, there, that's probably going to be it, right? But that initial thing of having the cards layers basically on top of each other is an interesting concept. It is something that we have seen many times. So again, not really a brand new concept, but it is something that is probably going to help you to get like the hierarchy of information between your sections, and you will see that in most of the rendering with like sidebar, sidebar, sidebar is probably like what you want to go for, but you can kind of see how there is a bit less separation. Um, so yeah, but Mars, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? How's everything? Um, trying to see if we can find like some of the more common behavior, a bit like different, but I don't think right now there are any real design changes for everything else. Um, like it's always going to be sidebar for the apps, sidebar for the sub content, side main content, uh, container, and then potential write tray that goes on top or push the content, depending. But I mean, that's basically the pattern. This is the Discord pattern. You don't really have a choice to figure it out. So, yeah. Um, congrats. Did you build stuff? Did you make stuff in? I mean, in what software are you working on this? Like, what is the thing that is behind? Is it like Cinema 4D or is it something like SolidWorks-ish education version? I used to work with SolidWorks. It used to be a long time ago. But it's the same fucking pattern every time. Like that's the only thing that is potentially not necessarily good. But that's basically the same, where you have your tray, first tray, main content, and then what is selected, presented here. Which, I mean, again, from demo that we were on last time, this is very similar, where you basically have like side tray, and then you have your content here, and you have your optional sidebar menu thing. So that's a thing. Good to have the link. Good to have the link. But yeah, it's an interesting concept nonetheless. Um, going back here. I know you've changed the divider things.
Hugo K. Bernardo just resubscribed for 35 months. Drop Flamingo.
Here you go, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was the weekend? Thanks. Oh, and FreeCAD is a new open source software. I see. I see. I see. That's broken. Would be nice to see what you've created in the design help or somewhere else, depending on what you have. But yeah, pretty okay. Not enough work, but too much work. You know, you know how it is. Uh, yeah, I'm hitting the how can I say that? The ID limit. Where also, why the fuck do we have a hype train right now? I have I have reached my limit of creativity and IDs right now for um, all the project that I've been working on. Like I don't have a new ID for band. I don't have a new ID for the Mom UI kit really. I don't have a new ID for Can or Perfume, kinda. And so I'm kind of in a bit of a limbo of I don't know what to do. And like that's about it. Like I'm a bit stuck because I don't know. So I've been trying to get myself out of it by doing a ton of research and analysis of new stuff. Um, if you go to my open section, you will have like a bit of an idea of the old stuff out of here kind of vibe that I have. There is a ton of new stuff that is coming in. I need to do my portfolio again because it's been a while, and you will see a ton of things in there that will be useful. But yeah, uh, great. Welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How is everything? I haven't seen you in a long time. I feel like probably a year or so. So, how's everything? Tell me. So yeah, there is like a ton of things that I'm going into very different design style just to break my brain and basically forget everything I know. So shit like this, even though I have done some design like this, is a lot more brain power necessary for me to figure out exactly how to create that layout, either in code or in something else. If I go into something like this, same thing, same ID, like that concept is kind of abstract from what I know and what I've been doing. So experimenting with that and trying to break my brain, figure out stuff has been a bit of an interesting activity, I guess. This one is really cool. I I like that a lot. They have done like a ton of things. I have a feeling that this is sometimes AI generated, sometimes not. I don't know. Um, but that's cute as fuck. So, you know, playing with stuff, getting some inspiration is pretty important. Very much important. I see. You have a bit of a. I mean, I get it, but you will have a bit of a low point right there for your constraints, depending on the material that is used. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Um, that's interesting. Small wheels, screw holes, bevels. Structural. I mean, this structural one is necessary. This one is a bit better because of how it behaves. But yeah, let me. I don't think it should be in all caps. Yeah. I think I've seen that. I think I've seen that before. Also, apparently, the sun came in. Um, yeah, it seems very obviously. It seems very interesting to have that for free. God damn. God damn. That kind of breaks my brain. That's cool. I mean, if it's free and it's like nice to use, because we never know. That depends on you. That's really cool. Can bring a lot of things together. That's for sure. That is for sure. Yeah. I used to be on Google Sketchwork? SketchUp. God damn it. Like the initial versions of SketchUp that Google did before it got acquired, which is interesting, by the way. But yeah, I used to be a lot active in there, and that's why I went into mechanical engineering after that, and then just used SolidWorks for everything at work, but also in school. And so FreeCAD is pretty nice, I guess, based on what I saw from a split second of the UI. It's very inspired by all of the CAD softwares, so that makes sense. It's probably something that I can't download because I'm on macOS. That is the usual, but congrats. It's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Um, what was I saying? Yes, that. Do you have... Is this something that you want to open somewhere? Like, do you have your GitHub that is open source, open access thing? I don't know. Because we could go over some of the details stuff that you might want to do. God damn it. Twitch is so bad. Why is Twitch so bad? Because, yeah. So I can't download or fork that and then play with it on my end. God damn. Oh, I can. Oh, you mean I can't uh like right? The words. Good job on lending. Uh I can't contribute. That's the word. I can't contribute to it. Is it a landing day? I mean, it seems to be a very close to landing day for everyone. That's crazy. Um, yeah, no, the thing that I was about to say is if I get in and then not send you an issue, but send you something else. Anyways, I don't know. Congrats on landing. More in the center. Yes, face. You're good today. Good thing. Good thing. uh, I see. So sad. So sad. This is kind of wild as a license, saying that it's not granted to use. It sounds weird, but I know it's about the code, but nonetheless, that's an interesting thing. We might have to take a look at some point. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. See. You signed a new lease. Congrats. How much broke are you now? I don't know the prices in Chicago, how much more expensive, less expensive they are compared to other places in the US. I just know that it's probably cheaper than New York and LA, so I'm guessing you're pretty good. But goddamn, might be a bit expensive. Almost nothing. We've spent a bit of the last stream on the logo design. God damn, they're expensive. For Phil's to figure out some stuff. And we ended up here, which I think is pretty good, but it's not necessarily the best. I'm still not entirely happy with it. I feel like the color scheme is the thing that needs to be worked on the most. But it is better than what we had before. So that's a thing. On a day-to-day basis, as I mentioned before, from 2017, 2018 up to 2024, I was living inside of Figma 10 hours a day, roughly. Like that's basically what happened. And then from 2024 end of the year to now, I probably have spent a total of 2 days in Figma doing some design work for regular projects. Like most of the things are just done in code directly because it's much faster, and then I get the instant feedback of, oh yeah, I need this thing to be changed, I need this to, like, behave a different way and so on. And it's just it either works or it doesn't. Specifically this one doesn't. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but I usually don't spend that much time in the design section. Like it's such a waste of time. So I'm just here, and I go to the thing that I need to work on. So right now I'm currently working on this section of the website that I'm building to make sure that I have like a good presentation. And it's a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's easier. And as I mentioned before, I noticed that the storybook GitHub was an option that I could copy and use. So maybe I will do that and delete all of this thing and just use the native storybook behavior and have my components built with it. Because right here, this is not great. This is not great. But yeah, not a lot of design work, to be honest. Not a lot of design work. That's a nice profile picture. I'm not gonna lie. That's a nice dragon. Um, but yeah, other than that, not a lot of design work done. Even though, even though, um, I'm still doing a lot of design, but not in design tools. So Can, for example, that you've seen probably in the early days since you were here last in 2025. Um, Done a lot of design in this to make sure that my navigation is working. I'm currently working on a set of transitions that allow the character to basically flow from one place to the other. So I'm going to use Portal for that. That's something that I have to or had to kind of work on. And then here I am currently working on some of the design that is related to the detail page so that we have like a better transition, better animations, and so on. So that's also something that is um, interesting, I guess, but you know, designed as well. Yeah. Other than that, not a lot. Most likely, the thing that is taking me the most design work is figuring out what I want and then sending that to Cursor, Cloud Code, whatever tool I'm using to get the output that I need. But yeah, that's the thing. But other than that, not much, not much design being done, even though I wish I could be a bit more involved in some of the design stuff and forget about the building for a while, which is like one of the reasons why potentially getting a physical job, a very real company job could be interesting to ensure that I have like that design focus and not necessarily code focus. It would be a good thing, but yeah, we'll see. It will take some time. It will take some times. Um, yeah, I mean, that's a nice logo, nonetheless. Feels I know it's different and a different thing, but it's a nice overall composition is pretty nice. So yeah, basically, technically the fork is not allowed unless you tell me that I'm allowed to do so. But yeah, I get that. What are you building this on with Vite, I guess? I can't stand this. I hate TypeScript. Um, it's really good. It's like it's simple. You basically have your initial flag right there, and then either you have a line or you have something else. It doesn't really matter. It's one or the other. Um, that's just getting through. And then that interesting. um, and then that is within like your circle, so you have that behind. Sorry, wrong key. Hmm. And then based on what I saw a second ago, you probably have like a bit of roundness. Kind of. Yeah, it's a very nice composition. You don't have the tail, but yeah. Nonetheless, I like it. It's simple. It works. It gives you the P that needs to be there. So, you know, it's cute. It's cute. Makes sense. I heard something. I didn't know if it was coming from here. It wasn't. God damn it. Yeah. Obviously, since lately, because of Cat, I'm blaming you. I have been uh, within some of the F1 community. This is basically like the finish line um, flag in my head, and also very French because it's a white flag. But nonetheless, it works. Hey, hi, what going? How are you? How's the day going? That's a bad portfolio. I'm sorry, but yeah, don't call that a portfolio. Just call that latest project. I don't know. But yeah, I can tell. Uh, Nonetheless, the logo is good. The logo is pretty good. That's what we were talking about, and it's transparent, so that's a plus. That's a nice thing. We like it. We like it. I'm pretty good. I have a bit of a hard situation today. Not really hard, but like mostly ribs-ish, but it's closer to the heart than usual. But that's not the best. And yeah, a bit of a spike right before stream, which we don't like to see. And because it's time, let me just take the beds without that die on stream, even though I wouldn't care. But other than that, this didn't go through. Other than that, it's fine. I'm a bit of a at a wall right now where I don't really know exactly what I need to work on and how I can work on things. So yeah, um, I don't know if GitHub is a good option. It is, apparently. I'm gonna ask, and I'm really scared. But yeah, maybe that works. Maybe that works. I don't know. Um, hmm, I'm gonna do that in plan mode. And I don't know if Kimmy is a good idea, but I'm gonna use Kimmy right now. Um, yes, we were on it a second ago. So uh, I guess that's the one that you're talking about. Eh, There are things in there that just make sense, but also, ugh, 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 ugh. Um, no, I don't have. We don't have a Figma file about it. Um, but you said that you have seen a Figma file. Hmm. I don't think I do. I don't think I have. Um, a file lately that I've showcased and used and presented. Yeah, no, I don't think I did. Do you remember what it was? Because, uh, again, if it's like a chat UI, there is probably like a lot of options in there or in the community. Um, Backup is something that is not shareable. um, I can open it. I can open it. I'm not gonna lie, but this is not something that I can like share. But it's not really an email file. The backup is roughly the previous project that I was working on, and I'm using it a ton for presenting how I'm structuring my files because it makes a lot of sense um, here. But yeah, there is no specific thing dedicated to emails, if that's what you're talking about. But I don't think that's the one that you had in mind. What do you have? What do you need in this, though? Ah, well, the look of it, the initial blob is this, um, because it's simple and it works. As you've seen that before with me, it's the same principle of navigation where your header and sidebar are basically the foundation of the site, and then based on what is selected, you have a floating central card, main card that is there for taking whatever content you have. So in terms of build, it's the same thing. It's just like all of that is simply me working on the central content, and then when I need it, the only thing that I need to do is say, well, I need to change that content, and it's just give me exactly what I need. That's the plan. Um, it's pretty simple. I think the initial themes, if I have them in my settings right there, some of these initial themes were pretty nice. I kind of worked on that for having like these gradients in the background for specific companies and so on. I decided when I did this in the first place, I decided that these colors were like predefined settings, and that if a company wanted to have their own colors, I was not going to allow that and basically just say, if your company is yellow, then you pick the yellow that is here. But if your company is green, you pick like one of these two greens and that's it. But you don't have the ability to get like a custom um, Xcode for your colors because I know for a fact that if I do that, you're gonna have some issues and you're gonna have some accessibility issues for sure. Now, that's the thing. When you open the window, you have the flies coming in, and that is just something that my CTO and some of the clients that we had kind of fought back on that because they wanted their own colors. And then we ended up with things that were not accessible. So that was a pain in the ass. But at the end, it's fine. See, it feels that's the same. That's the chat thing that I've built at that time. You can see how much bigger the message section is compared to yours. That input is massive, massive input. I didn't have like a lot of text formatting options at the top, but they are in there. So still a tad bigger nonetheless. But yeah. Yeah, it is very slim. Not saying that it's a bad thing. I just think that in terms of um, consistency, usage, and so on, you can see how Discord is also like very, very much thick as an input. Visually, you know, when you zoom in a tad, you can see how the input field is as tall as the entirety of the profile section. And it's also exactly the same height and so on, like it's consistency for the alignment and shit. But the that's the thing. It is more intense, more visible, more bigger, and that's not what I wanted to click on. And then once you're typing, I think, and you highlight something, you will have like the formatting. But yeah, that's where we are right now, which I think would be a pretty much more interesting thing. You said the token limit thing reset at midnight, I think. I think you said that. Yeah, that's sad. I mean, that's good because you're coming back from work around that time. So, good timing. But then again, you are coming back from work. So it's basically for tomorrow. Uh, yeah. That's true. That is true. Nothing. I think what should be happening might be um, you. It's kind of sad, but like you get someone else to work with you on this thing, and you work until your tokens run out, and then the second person takes over with their account. So on. Let me go pee 1 second. That makes no sense. I have a thing in my throat, and it's killing me. Oh, God dang. But you know, having multiple people might be a good option for you to get like token through the day. Um, or or let me give you something else. Uh, maybe get there, uh, get get open code and select one of the free models and get no more no more token. You know, like that's going to be the easiest option. Um, the only thing that I might say is a bit more annoying with open code is that you don't really have access to the file in the way that an ID like cursor may have. But you know, if you're just like vibe coding for sure, then you're good. Like you don't really have to think about it. And overall, the UI is pretty good. That was a weird ass transition. Um, but the UI is pretty good. You have access to all the files that are going to be updated, and you know all of that makes a lot of sense. Um, and as mentioned, you can select some of the free models that they have. So Big Pickle is the one that they are recommending and having all the time, but um, they have others. I used to be on Kimi because was free, and then apparently now it's not. Uh, but yeah, you know, like you have all of that, and you can just run with that. And specifically for the time where you still need to work on stuff without really being too heavy on the computation, then these ones are going to be pretty good. The GPT-5 Nano is going to be okay. Like it's not great, but it's going to be okay. It's going to work. It's going to do its job. Like that's the thing. So yeah, maybe try that out. Um, and if you don't do that, or if you do something else, as always, running a model directly on your machine is not that complicated, specifically now. And I'm almost certain that you have a machine that is better than mine. So, yeah. I see. Yeah, but then that's sad. Like if one of you is working more than the others, thank you. Then you know, not ideal. Not ideal, but nonetheless, like that's a very good option as well to go through things. But yeah. Um oh, that's a good question. I don't really have an opinion, to be honest. I think there are I could be here. There are kind of two sides right now on the design space, specifically online and on like Twitter and other platforms, where you have uh, I mean, two or three sides. You have the designers that hate AI for some reason, and they don't understand the benefits that can be in there. You have the designers that understand what it is and that it's a tool that can be used. So both sides have good points, nonetheless. Some of these points are really bad, and some of these points are really bad. So same thing. And then you have the middle ground of people that have no design knowledge whatsoever, that are telling everyone that basically design is dead and the job of a designer doesn't really exist anymore and it's not going to be needed very soon. And so there is these people in the center that are just saying, I just built this website on my own and I don't need a designer. And then there is these people here that are saying we are designers and we don't need AI to help us. And there are these people here that are saying we are designer and we are using AI to go faster than the others. And the thing is, this job of we are designer and we don't need AI to help us is gonna go the fuck away and is gonna be replaced by the people that are in the center that are currently saying we don't need designers. And the thing is, these people in the center are going to need the designer that are using AI and other tools to fix their mess. Because when you look at stuff like, if I just go on Twitter for a second, right? Let me just go there and let me simply scroll until we find something that is like a, God damn it, that is a website. If you look at this, 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 and that, it's basically the same thing. Like these landing pages are basically the same template, but with different layout overall. If you go into something else, like I feel like I probably have some of them already saved, but shit like this is very much AI generated. I mean, if I go here, this is obviously AI generated, and you can kind of tell. Specifically lately, you can kind of tell the thing that people have been creating is the same for everyone, and that's why the people in the center that are doing the same thing for everyone is going to be like what differentiate the designers that use AI and use other tools to build stuff to these people in the center, because they have a lot more understanding of what needs to happen in order to render the page not AI generated. Like if I go here, this is the main structure, the entirety of the page has been AI generated, and you can tell there are some tails here and there on top of the font. But I've added a ton of other things that are not necessarily a tail of AI generation that is basically bringing taste to the page. And then when you look at this one, which I haven't done anything to it, this is a AI generated landing page that you can tell like right away. The font is the one everyone is currently using. The color scheme is basically the same thing. The placements of cards is very much the same as every other website. And the only thing that stands out is the fact that I'm using my own components and my own design system within in most places, not here for some reason. But that's not like good enough to stand out compared to this, for example, which is my original landing page, which has similar animations, like the logo is behaving the same. We have the tiny components that are usable and so on all over the place. But it has a bit more of a human taste based on what has been created in there, but not that much different. To me, there is a lot of mistakes when it comes to the creations, but that's about it. So right now, the design space is flooded with bad design. And the people that are doing bad design are telling you that the job of a designer is going away because they could design something and we can all tell that the thing has been AI generated and it's really shit. And then there are people that have like a lot more craft and a lot more knowledge that are either on the sideline because they haven't used any of the new tools, or they are using the new tools and they are kind of shipping a lot more stuff. So that's that's basically the space, and that's my opinion in what's currently happening. And then there is a second thing I would say that is designers in general, specifically this group, the one that is using AI right now, but designer in general in the past have been at the mercy of devs that are incompetent or didn't want to work their front end skills. So if you have been a designer for a long time and you kind of and you've been working with devs, you know the amount of time that you have created something and that the devs told you that this is impossible, it's too complex, this is going to take like days or months to figure out. And in some situations it's true, but in most situations it's just the dev being lazy and not wanting to do the work that needs to be put into the work in order to get the output that they want. And today, as a designer with some understanding of the code, you have the ability to ship whatever the fuck you want. And so that's basically the current state of design. This is very important as well. It's just you have a ton of designers that now
McNets is
have
now following.
the ability to just ship whatever the fuck they want and not rely on devs. But then, which is really good, the devs that are generating things and saying that designer jobs are dead are shipping shit design, and the designers that are shipping code are shipping shit code. But it works. But it's shit code. And there is a lot of vulnerability in the designer code, and there is a lot of design mistakes in the devs' designs. So both still need each other, but it's also like not, we are still not at a point where one can replace the other entirely unless the project that they are working on is really simple and easy to manage. So yeah, Magnets, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Sorry, I was on a rant for the delay of greetings, but welcome on in. I hope you're good. So that's the current, at least for me, that's the current state of the design, uh, everything. And some people are creating shit like this, which, you know, that might be vibe coded, that might be someone that has the skill. But right now, that person has created a page turning physics using WebGL, which is pretty impressive. Um, I'm not gonna lie, this is really impressive. But you know, that's kind of the thing. We've seen um like you can tell. I think I liked some of them, and then I will go into these two things. I feel like um yeah, this is true and also not. Um but yes, designer who ships are now the most valuable hire. That's half true. Um it's the same thing as I mentioned last time. We kind of went over that really, really quickly. But if I go into this, you know, I mean, you know exactly what I'm doing. You probably have seen that gradient, right? And people on the internet right now are saying that basically this is a tale of AI, and that this is a way to know if a project has been AI generated or not, because you will see some of this in the entire UI that has been created, right? There will be some gradient that is going from pink to blue, roughly. And someone made the specific uh, change in that statement of this is a tale of someone that doesn't care about the design. Because someone that does care about the design, even if they use AI to generate something, will have an output that is much better. And that's the main thing to take on, basically. Like a designer that cares will give you exactly what you're looking for as a designer, even though they are using AI or not. But someone that just doesn't and just want to ship, so going back to that tweet, you can ship shit, and you can be a designer that ship shit, and then say that you are shipping, you're a designer that ships, but it's shit all the time. So, you know, that's a bit of a sad part. I know that I have saved some of them for that specific chat right now, of making sure that we have something. Like, for example, here on the Akira website that we have right there, you can kind of tell, I think, right, that this is AI generated. Like, it's not even a question by now that this has been AI generated. The font has been changed to get something that is a bit better, but the rest, the structure and everything, is an AI generated layout with attention to some small details, like that hover effect, these corners elements, these buttons, like kind of small additions. All of these teeny tiny details at the bottom makes a lot of sense as well. But that's an AI generated starting point for sure. When we look at other things uh, like that, we need to look at that. Sorry, I need to pause on this one just because we don't have a choice. We need to pause for a second. Alright, cool. So Morton, hi, we're calling. How are you? If we go on to something else like that, you know that this is an AI generated landing page as well, with a bit of an attention to the details on that button and that header, but that's about it. The rest is very much AI generated coded. So you can tell, I can tell, everyone can tell, but then on the bunch, there are these. And there's no way, like as of right now, in terms of the tech in question, there's no way that this is AI generated. Maybe the image and the illustration have been AI generated overall, but the whole page, probably not. Like there is a ton of details, that a ton of things that are like small changes here and there that, yeah, makes sense. I know that what you have in your head right now is this. You probably say that this is an AI generated, like, or what you have in your head, Kane, right now, as an AI generated landing page. There is the colors in question that I talked about, and it's very basic. It works, but it is very basic. But that's probably more aligned with what you have in your head. This is true. That is AI generated 100%. Like there is no question. This is pencil, so I used AI to generate this thing to see how it works. But this is before using the skill.md that is dedicated to landing pages. I would say that's the main difference. So to me, obviously, because I'm in it all day, I can see that something like this, for example, is fitting the current trend of this has been AI generated. Not the animation here and not the illustration there, But the layout in the first place in that section on the side is AI generated. And I know that because when I AI generated this one, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Like this is with the front end skill added. You have the eyebrow right here with the dot in front, that font specifically followed by the two buttons. Dot, eyebrow, that font, that text, two buttons, something else underneath. This is a very, 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 very common pattern when it comes to landing pages. So all of that is making a lot of sense. What it screams AI generation for me. Spaghetti, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How was your weekend? So I'm seeing these, and same thing here. Like I'm seeing that font, I'm seeing that layout. I know that these cards are so basics of like Shadcn components that I know that there is no designer really that looked at them. The only thing that a designer might have said is let put the images on the side to make them a bit more organic, but that's about it. The rest is like really um, that impressive, at least not for me. So again, my feed is filled with these things that I do consider now because I know the people behind it, but also I see them on a daily basis that they have that generation type of AI generated things. And then you have other things within my feed that is just showing you how something can be not AI generated just because of like the designer or the person that is asking and prompting basically giving us like a bit more of a better prompt. Like these four options, the probability of these ones having been generated is really high because it's anything and anything design or anything that something is an AI generation uh, platform. So, you know, it makes sense. But there is a bit more taste in these generation compared to others, and it's probably just an MD file somewhere in the whole project that helps. But yeah, like the same thing. Like this feels these fonts right now, the fact that these ones have been so much overused, every time I'm seeing a website that is using them, I'm like, well, there is a very high probability of these things being um, an AI website in the first place, but then they have changed some stuff. And these ones have been really cool as a presentation as well. I like that. So they say that this is a vibe coded app, like very basic output. And then once this has been created, the designers or the dev is coming along and then changing the design to match more of what they wanted to have. And a lot of people are currently stopping here and saying that they have made an app that is really good. But then if you have a designer, so going back to my analogy of all the sides, these are the central people that are just saying, well, the job of a designer is dead because I could create that. And all designers are like, yeah, we can tell. And you can hire us and we can work on the thing to and like output something that will stand out. Um, and that person has been doing a ton of others, and it's pretty nice. It's a nice thing. So, you know, can recommend checking it out nonetheless. Um, but yeah, 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 yeah. um, I'm pretty good. Weekend was okay. Not a lot of blueberries this time, sadly. Some things could have been better in terms of ideation, but yeah. And spaghetti, because you arrived later in the discussion, there's nothing wrong, at least from my point of view, nothing wrong about generating things with AI. It's just like, what do you do with it? Like, are you stopping there and saying that this is good enough? Or are you putting in the work to refine it and polish it and output something that is to your standards as a designer? Like that's the, or not a designer, by the way, but yeah, like that's the thing. Um, but it's the same thing. It's the stuff that I've been talking about for 16 years. When you look at any website, there is nothing complex in there. It's just a matter of illustration or content differentiations. Like this website, for example, that looks really good. I don't know if we have a link. We don't have a link. Um, if you abstract the fact that there is 3D elements in there, this whole website is almost the easiest thing to create. Like the only thing that makes it stand out is the 3D elements and the scroll parallaxing thing, but it's just 3D elements on a parallax element, and that's it. The entire website is very boring and very simple, and that's what you want. And so going back to these example of side by side, they are the same. Like you have the exact same data, you have the exact same buttons. It's just like a designer came in and said, well, in order to be more aligned with the current environment, then a page like this makes a lot more sense. Then like a header for the dates makes a lot more sense like this, you know. And yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I also think that it will be extremely useful, kinda, but also because you have used Figma Make during the weekend, you kind of know. But like, in order to create a prototype that is aligned with the design system that you have, working similarly to what you have in terms of um, your behaviors and so on, as a user testing thing, being able to create that in roughly 5 minutes, 15 minutes, it's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. Stony, you sent me a very basic link of a code pen. I will take a look at that. If only the image was in the same place. God damn. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's interesting. Let me check that. I'm guessing some of these are really bad for many reasons, but they look the same. Yeah. I mean, if that works, that works. Yeah. That's goddamn. Again, when you know how much it cost. Oh. That's crazy. Anyways. Ah, one day. One day that will happen. Um, I say the exact opposite, Spaghetti. I say that if you know exactly what you want and you have a brief that is as complete as it needs to be, the output in the AI generation right now is not as good as if you don't exactly know and you let the LLM figure it out on its own. Um, but it depends on the thing for sure, for sure. Um, what the fuck is all that, Stony? You said, let me check. Uh, what is this supposed to be? What is this supposed to be?
Hello underscore Gray just resubscribed for 3 months, 40/40ths.
Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Um, so yeah, like that's I mean, at least to me, that is the current state of um, of the design community right now. It's divided between three factions: the people that are anti-AI, the people that are pro-AI, and the people that are pro-destruction of the design jobs. And so far, the output is just like not as good. Not as good. Um, a fancy use case of your player. I That's kind of crazy amount of logs, but I get it. Sorry. You know what? It's not that bad. There are some things that I would probably add if you have the ability to do so, which are if I see these marker, I would love to have a preview of what I'm about to see. That that would be a thing that I would probably see. Well, then you're good. um, Design-wise, the playlist could be a bit changed, but that's a detail. Like it doesn't really matter. Um, Specifically the number, right? Just the number is something that might change. That works, though. I mean, the UI is good. It's simple. It seems to be very much Tailwind slash Shatsian environment. The thing that I'm talking about here is this. Why we cropping so low? Like why we not you know at 0 at the bottom, and then you add a spacer at the bottom of the scroll views that just give you that amount of space that you need to be up there. But like that, no, don't do that. That's the first thing, and then the second thing is the numbers might not be necessary. But if you want to keep them, that's fine. These logs are such a crazy thing. But no, yeah, I mean, from that point of view, it's pretty good. Nothing really to say. Alignment is good, placements are good, containers are good, makes sense. The thing that you can do makes sense. I don't see any issue. Um, I yeah, I had to do that, by the way. Ask Claude for that specific thing right there. We had a crop at the bottom, and yeah, I just asked. Like it's still cropping at the top because that's necessary, but the bottom was the same amount. And so we had a bit of a weird thing. So now that's fixed. It's just a matter of saying, well, I need no padding at the bottom. Wow. Nothing else than that. It was just like, yeah, I need no padding at the bottom. And yeah. It's shit. Definitely work on it. We talked about it. We talked about it. It's right there. Right there. Basically, because Galileo AI got acquired by Google and then they renamed it Stitch, the foundation that they have is shit, and the output of Stitch is shit. We had one last week because it comes up often, and that's what they gave us for a dashboard thing. I think the main idea for that was it would have been better if we created like a new project, whatever, on the web. With the same prompt. I think the concept of it is a good idea. I think the iterative nature of what it used to be was better, but the output is kind of bad. The fact that you have lost, because Galileo was the case, you have lost the copy to Figma option. It's kind of bad. And the regular visual output that we are about to see here uh, is kind of shit. Yeah, you can, but it's like not front and center. I think it's in the export, right? You select the thing and then you say export to Figma or something. I forgot. Like, it's so slow. So slow. Usually it's so slow because it's generating images in the background. I just hope like right now it's just creating one screen and not 16. But again, that thing, if I am to create like a new files or whatever, I could start with a UI kit. Let's say I'm someone that is pretty much interested in, I don't know, something like this. That's such a usual thing. I can then come in, type my whatever prompt, and then just send that. And then come back later because this is going to take a while. Pencil is going to be pretty bad. Here is the output of Stitch, right? With that specific prompt. It's not bad. It has the thing that I was talking about from that prompt and that discussion from last week. Is it good? No. So you know, it's fine, but it's not the best. What's better when it comes to generation? Anything AI is pretty good. Pencil is pretty good. Paper seems to be pretty okay. And directly in code through whatever other LLM is pretty good as well. And the fact that right now you have the ability to plug in Cloud Code to your Figma file and have Cloud Code do stuff directly in your Figma file. Basically, Figma and AI within Figma is the output. So, you know, like the probability of this being a lot better when it comes out. They have added so much animation that makes absolutely no sense. But yeah. How do you give backend to a vibe coded project? You start with the backend. I know. But I would highly recommend you to start with the backend rather than start with the front end. And we use Chef around here because I like it. That's the reason. This is not gonna work. Chef is Convex. Convex is a database, live database system. Max, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? And it basically takes care of the entirety of the backend for you, and you can just start with that. So let's say you want a Slack clone, which is basically what Phil's is working on, kind of. You have that. You sign in. You will have your backend done. You will have a basic UI, and then you can export that, have everything basically set up for you automatically, and then you can work on the front end. But there is something in the way you need to work with LLMs and with vibe coding that is basically how you need to tackle your company if you have a company, or make sure that you have like a process of building in order to get the things properly. So my initial system is research, definition, backend, front end, and then it's a back and forth in between the two. But that's basically what needs to happen. You need to make sure that your data layer, your system of transferring the data within the app is working and is defined as perfectly as it can be before you can move on to the UI, because the UI is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Yeah, see, like that's a. I'm not saying that these charts are better, but the overall design, even though the same, right? Even though exactly the same output that I've asked here. I know that I basically just need to go back in there, and instead of having like that as a, I don't know if that works here. I don't think it does. It doesn't. Either you have like just the outline, you just want this to be in the fill. So no accent on the outline, and that's it. So that's the thing that will be a bit better. The overall design style is a bit better. Again, going back to the font in question, same font as usual, and it just makes more sense. It's a better output. So yeah. What did you find? Yeah. I have used Superbase in self-hosted, and that's the only recommendation that I can give you. Because Superbase is in not self-hosted is $20 per project. And that's bad. Are you on mobile? Dane, is you on mobile? Nah. That doesn't seem to be the case. If you have a thing that is there, then you click outside. If I hover here and I click, no, it's deleted. So, do you have a delay on your side? Maybe? But that's interesting. I'll take a look. I'll take a look. So yeah, like that's the thing that I would recommend you to do is basically you need to have your backend and your data layer, your calculations, your stuff set up and understood from the get-go, and then go into the section that is like what the front end is supposed to look like. It's taking a lot more time, I know, but the output is going to be so much better. So for example, here I knew that I would have the needs for a theme section that is like a layout based theme. And so right now, this doesn't have it, but the backend has a system that would allow layout inside of the theme section so that people can be like, okay, cool, so that theme is the current default one. Maybe there is a new theme tomorrow with a paperclip and so whatever, different layout. That will change and that will be implemented because I thought about it in the first place. Obviously, and I'm not like saying that lightly, I didn't think of everything. I thought of as much as I could at the time of creation. And then later down the line, there will be thing when I'm like, fuck, I forgot that. Let me reintroduce it. This is something that needs to be in the back end. But that's not something that is like today. That's something that's going to come in maybe in 2 years where I forgot something because the product has evolved so much that, yeah, something is in need of some changes. Um, but yeah, I mean, it is. Are you attempting to change the theme and the stuff? Because if that's the case, that doesn't exist for the free users. What you have access here is not an option. No, Instagram is a bit of a pain in the ass. We are not having the Instagram logo in the background. Like that is supposed to happen, but it doesn't, and I don't know why. And this is just because of how Meta and Facebook has basically blocked my worker thingy to do its job. I don't know. But yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Yes. Behance right here is for some reason only working if you have the B.net thing. And when you type Behance in total, it for some reason figures that this is LinkedIn. And this is not a, it's kind of sad. It's not an on my side situation. It's on the worker side where the resolver, for some reason, is saying that Behance is LinkedIn. Like Behance doesn't exist, and it's using the LinkedIn icon instead. I don't get it. So if you have the B.net as an option, that should be good. That should be good. So instead of that, you just get that, and you should be okay. But I know. Um, You might be right. It might be something that is in there, in the linked stuff of Behance, because I know that they have a LinkedIn, they had a LinkedIn link in there, and I forgot exactly where it was, but it was in there. So it might be um, in their stuff. Sorry. Um, Not really. Not really, but kinda. Um, yeah, basically for Instagram, you need to manually upload your stuff. I know, it's a bit of a pain in the ass, but that's why I got this. Um, and yeah, I should search, I know. Um, but yeah, currently 21 thing are LinkedIn related, which is crazy. Damn, that's a lot. That's a lot. That might be maybe the easiest thing and the reason, but that's kind of wild. Um, it works though. At least from my point of view, it works. So you might have some cached data on your end, which is annoying. Um, you might be here in need of this. Just refresh the metadata so that you have the whole content. I'm still working on making sure that you can export things. So if I go into tab, even though, you know, fuck them. um, they have this ability right here to extract the YouTube thumbnails for some reason, and some other thumbnails as well. And I have not tried Instagram. I can see how these ones are like not necessarily working as expected, but that's fine. Still, they have been like able to export some of the images, and I need to figure out exactly how they can do that because I have tried and I can't figure it out. The worker that I have is not working because I don't want to use Puppeteer and Browserless and other www dot API stuff in the backend to extract stuff. Not yet. So, yeah, one day maybe. One day maybe. But you know, it's working. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The only thing that pisses me off is that the Instagram logo. Okay. Okay. But no, nonetheless, I know that I need this to be changed to have um, basically a set of predefined square-based icons for most of the pages, most of the brands that people will use. But for now, I don't have them. So, yeah. So, yeah, actually going back to this, the overall thing, most of the AI generation right now are really shit and not as good as if you had like something, so like something being a designer. So if Stitch does the job for you, use Stitch. It's gonna be like a bit of an easier, faster way for you to just get your stuff wherever you need them to be. Plug in Cloud Code directly inside of Figma and having it work its way through and doing the job as well is basically good. And at the end of the day, it's just like a matter of polishing and fixing the design output. So once you have the thing, if you do another pass with a model that is a bit more design oriented, something like Kimi K 2.5 or Gemini 3.1 Pro, or Claude with Opus and the Skill.md, then and only then would you be good. But you know, it's a bit of a different thing. It depends on what you want to achieve and what's your speed necessity and so on. But yeah, we talked about it here. We talked about it here again, and we talked about it here. So it was shit there, still trash right here, and even worse right there. And now it's a bit better, but it's not that much better, and not enough better to be recommended. So I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. Yeah, no, yeah, that's the Stony. I think you have everything that I wanted to say on this one. Everything be working. uh, no issues here. Things be good. Things be good. Behavior be good. No complaints. As a preview, as you said, this is great. This is great stuff. That's a bit broken though. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. Probably an issue with the refresh. Right there. Everything is great. Everything is working. Other than that, no complaints. You did good. You did good. Oh yeah, Phils, by the way, if you're still lurking from far away, I know that time is different. um, on this one, I feel like you have changed, and I was about to say that, and then I derailed myself. It happens. You changed the alignment, right, with everything, but basically what it looks like is now a full width divider, when I feel like it would be better if it was a non-full width divider. So going back to what we have here, as I was saying, if you look at that section, right, they are aligned. Both sections, the input message and the profile thing are aligned, but there is not like a one line that goes across the entire thing. There is one right here, but it's not linked with this one, which is just a bit offset. There is one in the vertical as well, but it's not like, not always, not all the time. not all of them. So it's really, I mean, better. It's, object is subjective, but yeah, even there, I don't like that. That bar makes no sense. So for me, I would just keep the fact that they are the same height, get their dividers being like not full width, but just there, or get that to be like such. Your border divider is at the bottom right here, for example, is in need of something like, let me do the usual. Let's go with my usual 4%. Right there, like maybe something like this is more appropriate to. There is a divider, there is a thing that divides the content, but it's not the important part. You need to focus on the content itself. So that's the, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's bad, Sturdy. That's a good job on you to figuring it out. That's bad. Don't do that. So yeah, making things a bit more subtle will help with the divideration, and potentially carding some content would be good. So stuff like, again, as I mentioned, if this is my initial page and we say that this is the page, if I have within this the sidebar, let me just add the background. If I have the sidebar, which is like the servers, and then the rest is simply going to be something like this. Right, that's the rest of my content. Then I understand that this is my server bar. So it's pretty black. And then the main page is right there. And what I'm gonna see here is the main content. I should just do that so that it's more contained. But if I have this, the only thing that I need for my sidebar internal, because they are linked together, right? The list of users that I can talk with or the list of channels in that server are going to be here. So these two are linked together. That makes a lot of sense. This one is not necessarily linked. And then based on what we already saw, you also have somehow something here that is just a bit of a header thing, and you have it linked together. So that's basically your UI. And so for something like Stony, what I did was this. So I have a very clear distinction between the sidebar and the content. But for you, because your sidebar and your content are basically linked together, they would be good inside of the same container and just behave properly. But yeah, the thing that we were on earlier that Kane asked for is, or was, a system where the navigation changes depending on the page that you're on, which is very similar to a website that you probably have never heard of, probably never seen, by the way. You don't know what that is. I don't know if you're running, by the way, Stony, at that time. But if I'm here, I have my navigation that is just my header and my main content. If I go in the library, I have my sidebar that pops in because it makes sense. And so for you, if I'm, obviously, I don't have a server, so I don't know exactly what would happen and how it would happen. But if I'm here and I'm currently on chatting with people, the sidebar here will adapt to the content that needs to be displayed. So here, for example, it's that content. Here is going to be different content. Hence, for you, it's going to be the channels, rooms, discussions, depending on where you are. But that's basically the thing. If you have contained element, that would make more sense and be a bit easier for you to figure out potentially. But yeah, that's the thing. At least that's the thing for me. Yeah, I'll probably do that as well. That might work. Yeah, no, that's not a bad idea. It is a bit of a bad idea. Sorry, my brain is going into workspace switch instead of server switch. I don't know if it would work. The thing in question, let me see if I can go back here because we do have it. Basically, in some apps, you have multiple workspaces right there. So I don't know if I have that with the base layout or if I did that with my onboarding. I mean, in my onboarding, that would work. But basically, I did this where you had your workspace, which is currently your server for what you currently have. And if you click on that, you can switch to another server and decide where you want to chat. This is good for company and enterprises behavior, not necessarily for Discord behavior, because Discord is, well, I'm currently chatting on that server. Let me go into this one because I know that it's an easy click. If I had to go here, change the server, and then look for something, I feel like it's one click that can be removed by having that sidebar. So I don't know. Well, you know. I feel like there is something about it, something about the layout that is just at the limit of being too foreign for Discord users. And since you are targeting Discord users to create something that is a bit more secure and safe, it might need something to be a bit changed here for the organization, or I mean the layout organization. I don't know what though. That's the thing. Yeah, I have tried, by the way, the sidebar here for these things in the beginning. In some of the first iteration of that project, we had a sidebar with the workspace, and then we removed it because the goal is not to change workspace all the time. Is to be in one workspace and then be good with it. So we had that. What? Yeah. Don't really have a choice though. If your header is connected with this, that's an option. And therefore, if you do your header while, getting the thing, you end up with basically what you currently have, which is fine. And then you get that at the bottom. And then you'll ultimately end up here. Yeah. The link in between the two is basically that. You have your header for your sub sidebar, you have your header for your main content here. Then you have your header for your server activity. If I'm just taking Discord as an example. And your main content right there is flexible enough. So basically, that is filling container. Everything inside is filling container as well. That's fixed. That's fixed. It's filling. So you end up with that here. That being a bit darker because it's your input field. The top section needs something, but it's like basically a sidebar, basically a sidebar, basically a thing. And then if you do that, sorry, if you do that, why is that not the case? That's the reason. That is the reason. Yeah. Now you have a responsive thing. I mean, in my eyes, that's basically the best potential options that you can have for the layout. Probably with less spacing with the borders, because that, that's just for the sake of presentation here to make sure that you basically see where things are and what is important in there. But yeah, that's basically it. That's your layout, and that's basically the Discord layout. So nothing else to really extract out of it. Have a ton of options, but you end up with something that is flexible enough and that gives you all the tools and all the things that you need, to be there. Yeah, for sure. To have a link, share said link. That's not what we wanted to do, but that's what we wanted. Yeah. Yeah, you can. You can. The Figma link is probably going to be 6 miles long, like that. But yeah. That's that. Sorry, let me bitch for a second, and then we'll go over what you've created. If you give me, not you, but like Figma, if you give me a link as a view only, why the fuck do you give me the input? It makes no sense. I can't use it. Like, give me the ask to edit at the top because that makes sense. But don't give me that. Also, don't give me the chat. Like, it makes no sense. Anyways, I'm guessing this is probably something that is supposed to be somehow here. That's my guess, based on the layout, what I can see in there. So 3 days a week for training, getting stronger. I get it. That's debatable. Yes. Debatable on this one. Um, uh, I guess. I'm just using my matrix. I'm calculating. As I mentioned that before, my bench is uh I count one side. So when I was in Japan, I had a 20 and a 15. So 35. So my bench was 35, but it's on both sides, and then the bar is also 20. So I don't count that. So I'm benching 35, but then that, yeah, basically 90. Nowadays it's a bit less than that. I don't deadlift, so I can't do that. Uh, I forgot. Let's just do 15 on this. That's a lot of data. I mean, just gonna be there. Was very simple. I don't do barbell. I just do curls at 24 right now. Yeah. I guess you need all of them, which is kind of bad. But I get it. Um, mm, that's crazy, Stony. That's nice. That's good. That's good news. That is good news. Um, Interesting. That looks like a button. I would try to click on it. Um, I see. This is bad. Um, so I get it. I think that is what I was expecting to have in the homepage. So here this week, I have A, B, like BA, BA, whatever. I was expecting to be able to click on there to see the workout that I'm gonna have to do on Wednesday, which is basically what you have in the calendar, which I feel like you could have combined, home and calendar being the exact same thing, because your today would be what you need to do, and then you have access to the next thing, and this data is basically that, or at least it could be. So that's something. The history is something that's going to be inside of the calendar, basically. Like, when did you do stuff? And you could have the outputs, like the details when you go back in time inside of your calendar. So again, you could combine these three tabs and just have the settings somewhere, meaning that you could simply have one screen that has everything and a setting button at the top. and no navigation at the bottom, if you wanted to. That's the first thing that I'm seeing. Not necessarily something that you need to do, but could simplify for sure. That's fine. That's working. Sorry, that's a crazy thing. This is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, fine. I think my feedback on this is going to be the same thing as the onboarding that you have. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. But also, it doesn't. So, I don't know how often you train and what's your routine and whatever, but it depends and goes from person to person as always. It varies. But there are days where I'm curling the 24 fine, and there are days where the 18 is hard. Like it really depends on what I ate the day before, how much I slept, and so on. And the fact that I try to do the same workout with like progressive overload over time by the thing that is available to me. So for curls, for example, because that's the easiest to imagine, I started at 18 kilos and I was fine with it. I can't go to
Dash
19
Shorty is now following.
in the next one because I don't have a curl of 19. I only have 20. So I go to 20 and then I have 22, 24, 26, and so on. So I'm limited in progressive overload with what is available in my gym, which is not necessarily everything that everyone would have. And it's not impossible that sometimes I'm not doing all the reps because I tried to go to the 24 because that's my weight. And on that day, I did 3 reps and I was like, shit, this is not a day for that. Let me just go to the 22 and continue my workout to be good with this, to not break my wrist because I have small wrist. That happens. So this is something that is like a very much me thing. Nonetheless, that's Shorty. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. All that. Back to this. The thing that I wanted to say in the first place is your onboarding and your workout are extremely annoying in terms of the flow. So you are going from question A to question B to question C to question D in the same page. And that is such a waste of time. As in this, depending on who you are and depending on how you train, this might be a pain in the ass. And for me, it is. Let me explain. I do one thing and that's it. So I would be squatting, set 1, rest, set 2, rest, set 3, done, okay. If I'm doing this, then that's fine. But if I'm doing, let's go to the bench, let's then go to the deadlift, let's go back to the bench to do my overhead, let's go to my curls, and then the face pull is going to be at the end, and maybe I have some crunches to do, but that's like not necessarily a necessity to do right now. So now I need to go back up to go to my squat number 2, which is that would be the thing, and then my bench press number 2, and then probably my deadlift number 2 if that's necessary, and so on. Like, so the amount of scroll back and forth that would need to happen in order to achieve like the completion of this workout is like it's so much. And so depending on how you want to do the thing, you will either see this as a very good thing or a very bad thing. So if you're like me and you just do set 1, set 2, set 3 with rest in the middle, and then you're done with this thing and you move to your next exercise, then it's fine because your flow is good, but then the behavior of the app is not exactly as good as you want it to be. And if you're doing, I have one guy in my gym that pisses me off all the time because he's just walking all around and taking like 5 machines at the same time. He has like 5 towels that he puts on each of the machines that he wants to use. And while he's doing something on one machine, the other 4 are like reserved for him, even though he's not there. Pisses me off. But he's doing basically this. He's doing the 1 set, move on to the next one, 1 set, moving on to the next one. And so for someone like this app is really bad. If you take a look at maybe area would work on this one. Where you at? There? No. Did I? I may have. I didn't. The Heria Pro app is a workout app as well, which I used to use, and now I don't. And basically, the workouts are set in a way that just is similar to what you have, where when I start, if I'm starting this, it's gonna have, here is what we have for the warm-up, right? So do your warm-ups, you have your jumping jacks to do, and then you have your planks to do. And then once you're done, here is the thing that you have to do. That's you have 12 reps of bench press to do. And then the next thing is gonna be the bench flies. So that's the same system as you move on through the entire thing. So then you completed that, you have your rest, you go to the next one, it shows you the video, you have your rest, and so on. That system is a bit of a better overall system for people that are doing the one exercise, one exercise, one exercise, going back to exercise 1, exercise 2, exercise 3. It works like this. And for me, this is just a pain in the ass. So that's why I stopped using it. But that's something that could work here for what you have currently done. And it is like, dang, kind of behavior that might be a bit of a better thing. Nonetheless, in the representation here, the main thing that I want to showcase is the fact that you will have squats in a full screen manner. And then you say, I've done my first set, let's move on to the next thing that I need to do. And if you are someone that is doing like 4 exercise by 4 exercise by 4 exercise, then you are staying on that card until your rest is done, and then you move on to set 2. And if you're not, you move on to the next card, which is still a full screen page with your set for that exercise. So that's you know, that's I would say that's the only thing that I would probably provide as changes in the flow. Not a bad thing, um, but it could, like, it it might not be feasible, going back to what I said with the increment, in some gyms. Like, I know some gyms that don't have the 2.5 or don't have enough 2.5, so you end up making an adjustment of 5 kilos on both sides. You're basically adding 10 kilos in total. Um, and that, like, that's a bit of a harder things to follow, I guess. Nonetheless, abs be good. I repeat myself. um, these three tabs could be combined into one single calendar main view that just gives you everything in a, well, calendar way, with basically a big button to start your workout rather than what you currently have, and your settings are good. And what you just said is true. You can change the increment in the settings and say that your increments are not like 2.5, they are 1.25 or 5 directly. But that makes no sense. if if on the day I can't find a fucking 5 plate, then I'm gonna revert to 2.5 increment. I mean, I guess this is probably a me issue always with how I go to the gym and what I do in the gym. Where, and the reason why I stopped using a workout app, my plan and my workout plan is, let's see what's open today. So I go to the gym, I do my warm up, and then I just look at what machine is available. And if that machine is available, then I go there. I have a bit of an idea of an upper lower split, but it depends. Like, um, we have an issue with the leg machines. Two of them are broken, and they haven't been fixed in 2.5 weeks. So I've been doing other things for the legs that are not necessarily the machine stuff, because just my machines are broken. And so with something like this that is as rigid as it needs to be based on your workout plan, um, it's just going to be a very complex things to follow, because, well, the machine is fucking broken. I can't use it. So when I'm going to, check that workout and do my, I don't know, let's say that the squats rack is not existent anymore. Will never happen, but we never know. um, I want to do my squats today, and that's supposed to happen today. That's my workout for the day, but the squat rack don't exist in this gym anymore, and I don't have a bar nor Smith machine. So I'm gonna still do the rest because I do have the bench press and I do have the deadlifts, but I'm probably gonna substitute that with something else, maybe walking lunges or something, whatever. If I was walking, and so that is like a bit of an issue, because your app right now will be like, well, I can't do any of this, so I can only do the rest, and I'm gonna do the rest. It's like that's That's what I'm doing. The rest is good. I've done it. I have no issues with it. But I can't do the first one. So now I'm gonna say I'm finished anyway because I've done something else and I don't want to fuck my metrics. And so now that means that here on the next run, because I didn't do this, it's gonna be lower. But that doesn't mean that I didn't don't skip it. Do it. Do the app. Build the app. But like again, this is the type of work that I do. So I am good at figuring out what are the edge cases and the times where things might need to change. So here I have this issue because the machine is not available or because the equipment is not available. The only thing that you need to do is make sure I'm also, yes, I mean French, you know. The only thing that you need to do is say, oh, I can't do this today, like skip for today. And then maybe there is a, what's the reason? Or find a replacement or something. So if I go back to the Area Pro workout app, there is something that I do like about it, which is today the difficulty is advanced. Maybe I need to be in beginner because I don't have access to everything. Maybe I don't need the warm up, maybe, you know, whatever. And so when you do that, it's going to give me less content, less data, less information, and less complex things. But it's still going to be like complicated and or challenging for me at that level. I don't think you're going to make it. Got me. So congrats on not landing. But that's I would say that's the thing that I would probably add to what you currently have, of just saying, let me find a replacement for this because the machine is not available. Let me change that. I don't think integrating AI would change anything, to be honest. No, not good that this is not necessarily something that would change anything. But yeah, like having the ability to just swipe and say skip for today. And when you say that, it's just, okay, cool, skip for today. I'm good. Why is that? You don't have the machine. Cool. Good. Do you want a replacement? All right. Cool. Do you want a replacement? Yeah. You can do that instead, which is not using the same machine, that is not using the same material. So that's the idea for you. In order to go back into your initial question of how do you integrate the backend in this thing, you extract the code out of this, you put that into Cursor or another app that you're using, and then you just ask it to plug in the backend of choice, which is probably going to be Superbase for what you currently have. This is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass because Superbase free tier in hosted version is, well, free, but as soon as you flip the free tier and you need something a bit more, you end up needing to pay $20 a month. So in order to cover your ass, you are going to need the users to pay at least $5 a month, $3 a month, so that you can cover the bill for at least Superbase. That's a bit of a pain in the ass. But it depends on what you want to have in your backend. So going back to my initial thing, your backend will contain simply a public record of the exercises and their progressive overload over time, potentially, and that's it. And then a user profile with their exercise done, workout, like past workout, probably next workout as well, even though not necessary. That can be on device. And yeah, you'd have to make it a commercial app as soon as you need to pay for Superbase, yes. If you wanted to create something that was iOS only, you would not have the need for any of that. You could just, specifically because of the amount of content that you need here, being that small, unless you want the videos like Area is doing, um, this is something that can ship with your app. Like the entirety of the workout plans can be JSONs within the app binary, and then when your user download it, they have the workout plans already in there. And you don't need to do anything. There is no backend. There is just everything on device, and that's it. That's the thing. That's the thing that you can do. It's very simple, and it's just creating the algorithm within the app rather than doing them on server. Both work. Both are options. I mean, I have the best representation of that. This is on device. Like your progress is on your device. Your activities here is like on your device, and everything is on your device. Everything that you buy, like for example, my workout plan, my dictionaries, they are here. And I have access to them. I can see what is their content and so on. I can buy them if I need them. But most of the time I won't. Um, but they are there. They are on device, and there is nothing that is linked to iCloud in any way unless I just want to introduce iCloud Sync and have that in terms of my paid tier. So as soon as I pay for this, I have everything. I'm good with it. But it's not like I don't have to pay for a server. Everything is on device. I don't care about it. I don't have a monthly cost that needs to be taken care of. So, but to my personal point of view, this is a bit of a better thing. And then the same thing here. Everything is on device. The database that I'm using here to find perfume and so on device. There is 40,000 perfumes in the database, and that's on device. Everyone that downloads the app gets the database. It's take 80 something megabytes ish. That's about it. I'm fine with it. It doesn't do anything. Everything's on device. I don't have a server. So personally, that's what I would do. And so for this, if you just have your workout plans and your workout data that is on device, that is basically arriving on the user's device directly, that means that they can use this thing wherever, whenever. No need for Wi-Fi, no need for an internet connection to be stable or whatever. It's just like, well, you have your workout for today. This is the things that you're supposed to do. Figure it out. And I think that's going to be a bit of a better option so that you don't have to manage a server, you don't have to manage a backend for real. You just have to manage the data within the device container. And that's pretty simple. Not the simplest of things, but it is pretty simple. And I've done that every time. The only one that I'm currently doing that needs a backend and that pisses me off is Ban. Ban is just pissing me off because I need to have so much things going on in the background to sync the entirety of the cards themselves and know exactly like what is your order, are you reordering thing, um, what has changed, what is the content of the link, do you have like an image that you have, all that. And it's a pain in the ass. I feel like you made a mistake again. It's crazy that it's whiter here, but I get it. I mean, I know why, but yeah, okay. So your LinkedIn card is not working. Thank you for testing it out. I appreciate it. I'm gonna need to check that out and fix it. So the reasons. Let me explain the reason. Instagram has a brand color, Behance has a brand color, and Dribble has a brand color. And that means that the cards themselves are branded. Their background is branded. And if I go in dark mode for you, basically the, um, the background is shining through, and the other one have a color, but this one, the LinkedIn one, is transparent, and therefore you end up with a white background. But that's a bad thing. I need to change that. I need to put LinkedIn as a brand card and not a link card. So appreciate it. We'll change that. We'll change that in about a second, for sure. For sure. Yeah, that's one of the many mistakes that I've made, for sure. Um, as mentioned, by the way, Annual Link has done a very similar thing with the creation of the thumbnails images in the background, and that's really cool. They've done a very good job at picking up the right illustration, I feel like. Um, so we like them. Otherwise, you end up like this, and you have your face every time on everything. On the Instagram one as well, it's kind of broken. Um, that's sad. One day. One day it's gonna be fine. But yeah, LinkedIn is supposed to give you this, which is absolutely shit. But yeah. Um, what the fuck do you mean? What do you mean, Stoney? Um, but yeah, no, that would be the recommendations for you. Okay. Back to this. That's the eating spaghetti. If you have, like, if you want to create this, which you should, you would benefit from going through a simplification and some sort of a reorganization system. What the fuck is that? Is it just like frame by frame situation? It is. It is. God dang. Uh, for sure. God. Not really. You can try reaching 16 cards. I want to know what happened. Because I think you can. which you're not supposed to. But I think you can. And all the others are pretty good. All the other cards are working, unless I have made a mistake, which is highly probable. And yeah, you can test the theme if you want to, like switching themes and so on, which again will not save, but you would have the ability to do, oh, that looked cool. And then when you refresh the page, it's back to this. So, thing that you can do. And test out. The rest is pretty simple. Nothing else, really. You can play with that. Yeah. Any type of card should be working. Are these some titties? God damn. This one is a bit broken. This one is probably not gonna work. I'm not gonna lie to you. This the embed card is unsure. Absolutely uncertain. I see. At least it works, which is pretty good. Did you have the description underneath the name in the beginning when you created your account? Oh, I mean, no, you created your account so long ago. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. You didn't have that preview. That's for sure. You still have 12 cards instead of 15. I really need to check if you can have like, if you can add like one more row, I'm fucked. Basically. One more row of text cards. If the system allows you to do so, I need to add a safety. It's probably gonna break everything if I do so. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. So I guess what happened is you have on your end, you probably have all the cards in question, but nothing is saving because you are past the amount that you are allowed to have. I'm guessing. If you refresh on your end, you probably will end up with this. If you refresh, what happened? Are they still showing the 17? Or are you still at 12? Okay. So you have the ability to add more than 15, even though you will not have the ability to save. So I need to change that to make sure that we basically lock the buttons. These ones, as soon as you reach 15 and you're on the free tier. I need a pee though, so give me a second. Alright, let's fix this thing. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe not. I know I haven't changed scene, don't worry about it. I don't think I can check that. But we'll see anyways. So in the editor dot kinda and editor, we need to lock the add buttons in the dock when the user has reached the 15 free card. I guess. Why? So that you know how much you have? We allow Yep, that's oh no, it's already there. That is already there. How do you think I know how to delete your cards from your profile? Basically not save. That will lead to frustration. Let me 4.5 plan. Highly recommend, by the way, if you are someone that is building with AI, use planning mode as much as possible. Or basically always start with plan mode and then move to something else. Right now we allow users to add more cards that will then disappear on refresh, which will lead to frustration. Yeah, so it's basically just changing the dock to That's about it. It's gonna be pretty simple, I guess. I'm gonna need to log in here with someone else's account, which I'm probably gonna have very fast, to be honest, because I am supposed to be already at 6:15. 6:15. Yes. Let's see. Let's see this. I doubt. We already know basically that as soon as you reach 16, the 16th card, you are not allowed to save. Like the system is not allowing you to save anything. So any changes you will make after the 16th card in free tier, you will basically do work for nothing. So that's really bad. But um yeah. Meh. Yeah, maybe that will be wild, but why not? Uh, that will, I mean, that will fuck things up. I'm not gonna lie. Um, all right. Yeah, that's bad, but I'm gonna fix that right after. And the plan is pretty good, I think. Basically, we will reuse that badge, which should have been here, but for some reason it light up on the side, which you can see when I'm hovering here. Um, that badge is going to be reused over here, which I don't think is a good option. I think that, visually speaking, is going to be bad, but that's fine. And then we want to have the ability to just swap things. So what I will want to do is that if I click on something here, when I'm in past the amount, it opened this. Like that's the plan. When I'm there, if I upgrade, it opened this. Same thing. That is the concept. The logic to calculate if user is at 15 is already there, which I think is a bad thing. I'm probably gonna have to revert that. For many reasons. But yeah. Again, this is something that I've done many times, and I mentioned it before. It is sometimes, if you have the privilege of being able to use your LLMs for free, or why do we have a journal of that amount? That makes no sense. That's gonna be bad. Sorry, my bad. If you have the privilege of being able to use your AI assistant things unlimitedly, then doing a first run, seeing exactly how it does the thing, figuring out what is good and what is bad, reverting everything, and then re-asking or asking to redo the same thing sometimes yield better output because it now has a better context and a better understanding of everything that has been done so far. So that is something that I do pretty often, sadly. But yeah. I think I'm like one short here. So I'm gonna use a text value to see if that works. So let me just refresh this page just in case. We have everything. Let's add a text, and now these are disabled, which was the plan. Yeah. All right. That's bad. That's bad. Abdul, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? Okay, so I have seen things. The global stuff in there is good, but it's bad. Eh. The global stuff in there is pretty good. I am scared of this thing. I don't know why there is a join order added. Like, that makes absolutely no sense. So I'm gonna revert that. That is for sure. And then see if we can practice things in a second. So again, undo everything. Usual behavior. Because we already have the counter somewhere. Very, very vague. Already know how, not how, when to pose the sync. In case the user pass the allowed number of cards. Then I saw you add a join order. Which means I'd be locked. That value, and everyone above would get a pass, which is pretty bad. Then adding the badge to every single button make no sense. We should probably, I guess, yeah. We are working on ban, as we always do now, and I have noticed, thanks to Kainda's enchant, that the free tier is limited to 15 cards, which makes sense. But as soon as you have your 15th card added, you can still add more cards if you want. And obviously here I have an error that is showing, but for you as the user, you would never know that there has been an error. And so as far as now, the system is not syncing. Something is pending because it can't go through. And so if I force refresh or just refresh, I'm just going to have this right here. Meaning that for someone that doesn't really pay attention, if you have more cards than you can chew, and then you make some changes, then these changes are not going to be taken into consideration because you don't have enough bandwidth for this. And so when you're refreshing, maybe you have added like 20 cards, it will revert to the last point, which was when you had 12 or 15. So that's a bit of an issue. I need to make sure that you don't have the ability to add a new card. And that is the plan. Instead of having this, we need to, allow that. So every single button makes no sense. We should probably change the dock color and disable the buttons, but on click, trigger the widget open. Let's add pricing. The pricing widget opening like we do in other bots. So again, this is a duplicate of, like asking to redo the exact same thing, entirely reverting to make sure that we have something that makes a lot more sense. And then from here, I noticed that the that is really bad. I don't know why that has changed, but that has changed. So I'm gonna need to change, probably do some discarding right there for the sake of discarding. Safety first and so on. Basically, the thing that happens is I use Seke as a base because his bento grid was exactly 15 or 16, and I had to remove one. And so I wanted to make sure that the bento import was working. And so while doing that, because right now I'm logged in as Seke within ban, I can just do stuff. But I'm on the dev server, so it doesn't really affect him. And then once I had all of that and I made the entirety of what needed to happen, I decided to just be a good sport and gave him the build. Basically, copy pasting the entire thing directly into his account. So, yeah, that worked. So the free standard and pro, the journal, the number makes no sense. That should have been something above. I think it's already there. So we'll see if that works. That change. It's fine. Yes. Good logic. So far I'm happy with it. I will not be happy with it soon. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I said change the dock color. I don't think this is a good idea, by the way. I think it's gonna work. I don't really care, but I think it's not gonna work. But we're gonna see that in a second. It should be fine. It should be fine. Also, convex needs to be relaunched every time, even though you don't touch it. Good, good, good. That I'm not happy with that. We'll see if we can fix that. Dark color changing to emerald green for everything, which is kind of gonna be weird, but I mean, why not? Yes. All right, cool. So if I'm here and I add the text, now this is the option, and I can't really do anything. Okay, cool. So the link and the image don't work, the section don't work, the plus
Dr. Marmalade and Jung
don't
just
work.
resubscribed for 3 months. Hello, hello again, Homer Gabe LUL.
but close. Interesting. Thanks a lot for the resub, Marble. I didn't welcome back. Appreciate it. Um, Happy to see you home. Uh, okay, so the system is almost working, which I'm fine with. So I said we should disable the buttons, but if the user click on them, we open the pricing widget. So basically, every button that is visible except the theme and views. Theme view. Right there, these two. Oh, that's so bad. That's the reason why it's broken. So button cannot be clicked. Basically, that is our goal on this one. Right. We'll see if that works. We'll see if that works. I mean, it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. We should have most of the thing. I feel like either I'm seeing things or I don't know. But that's not working. We're gonna have to revert that again. Which is really bad. So, okay. That doesn't work for most. We want to have the buttons disabled and not clickable. That's the goal. But if the user clicks on the zone under, above, for the link, image, text, section, all plus, then we open the pricing widget. I will explain that in a second. Right now, I can't type, explain, and speak at the same time. Right now, the image and plus are conflicting. Yeah, conflicting with the pricing widget opening. Let's hope. Let's hope. So basically, we discovered that a free user would have the ability to add more cards to their profile and basically end up with like more than 15 in free tier so that you would be able to do some things, make some changes, edit some content and so on, and then not realize that you are not past your free tier. And when you refresh the page or when you go to your own profile, nothing would have changed because the sync would have been posed past your 15th card. So you would reach like the 15 right here and be able to add more stuff and not be able to do anything. So that's the fix right now that I'm trying to do. I can't try GPT 4.5 because it's not available in the current plan that I'm in. So it's basically I'm currently in my reduced free tier, paid tier. So I don't have access. I officially don't have access to this. I haven't tried, but yeah. Let's refresh this and let's make sure that things work. So if I'm here and I click on this, it should open that. Yes. If I click on this, open that. Yes. 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 And I can open this. Cool. If I remove this, I have access to all these things. But then I don't when I get this. That's not... Oh, that's interesting. That changes the icon to be bigger. Um... Okay. Fine. That's a good starting point. When the dock switch to free tier limit reached mode, I guess, the icons get bigger for some reason, you know. Also, don't add the background to the buttons. Let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. But that's pretty good. I feel like that's gonna fix the issue for sure. And then I'm gonna also ask this in about a second. Because that's necessary for sure. Yes. Me too. Me too. The logo is not centered because that's not a logo. I haven't had the time to create a logo whatsoever. So I'm just using the font and something. And then this is too small compared to the font. And it's less visible than the logo when you are currently in your profile. So you're supposed to see this much bigger. But that's not the case. So I also don't like it. I also don't like it. So if I had a text thing, they're still bigger. You bitch. No. Um, combine both things. I didn't talk about the theme since the beginning, and now I'm just dropping the thing that we have an issue with the theme. That's gonna be a mistake. It's gonna be a mistake. But yeah, no, I wish. Sorry. Let me show you where I'm currently standing because I'm not standing really far. I, for now, that's the actual logo that I have because I wanted to have like a bread banh mi thing as a base, but it's really bad and I don't like it. So I need to figure out a way to create a better logo than this. And so far, I haven't taken the time to do anything. I guess this would be an option? Yes, this would be an option. It's a banh mi sandwich. Dang. Because we had a bento, and it's a replacement for bento. And therefore the banh mi is taking over. That was the thing. The issue is that my dyslexia took over, and because of my dyslexia and my unknowledgeable brain, I write ban like that instead of that, and so we ended up with a bit of an issue because this is the dot me doesn't exist, and the ban like this well, that's the right pronunciation in writing, but I mistaken. So now we have this, and what happens is the fact that the ban me right there, that's me, uh, but it's not the right thing, and yeah. So a ban apparently based on you know, Indian cuisine and thing. A ban is a cauldron. What did you make the name like? I don't know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Oh, you mean instead of text muted? Oh, don't make the muted, right? Yeah. I mean, it could work. It could work. Yeah, this is still not in the right fucking space. Let's see. I mean, yeah. Ah. All right, so I'm gonna take two screenshot because that pisses me off. Screenshot one, and then screenshot two. Not there, bitch. Get out. And the badge is still in the wrong place, but you know, whatever. That makes no sense. That I'm almost certain that even looking at the screenshot, it cannot know that there is a difference. So yeah, I'm not expecting this to be working in any way, shape, or form. Technically speaking, I don't give a shit. The only thing that I want to have is ensuring that these are not growing, but they are, so, it's just so bad. So, for the sake of me not getting crazy, I'm just gonna relaunch the dev server just in case. Just in case, recomputing doesn't help. And then go back here and hope for the best. Oh my god, it's still getting bigger. Um, hmm. I don't know. I feel like the initial idea for this was to potentially transform it into this, right? Um, having your handle being handled here. That was the plan, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense. However, switching the two makes a lot more sense. I do agree that if ban as a text was muted, the slash and the ck, or the slash of the and the username was in full color, that would kind of emphasize that, oh yeah, that's your profile. It's the editor, it's your profile, it's where you are here. So that makes a lot more sense. But I also want to change the logo anyways. So, you know, that's the thing that needs to happen. So logo changes. Um, you see that pissed me off. Wow, it works now. Perfect. So if I add a section, I can't add anything anymore, and I can't click as well. Great. Um, no, this is cursor, if that makes sense. Not VS Code. Um, don't worry about it. Uh, the icons here. It's because I'm zooming in. That's the reason. Um, oh, dang. Uh, you see this? The fav icon? Oh, that's what we're taking. We're basically extracting the fav icon, and therefore they look like shit 99% of the time. Most websites are using the smallest version of a fav icon that they can have, and it end up being as pixelated as this. So also thanks for the link, yes. And it's not really ignorance, it's just like new tools, new stuff. Don't worry about it. It happens. There is so many right now, and if you are into potentially checking out some of that, um, just use open code instead of Cursor because it's free, and you can have like a free model if you just want to, check things out. So yeah, do that instead. Highly recommend. God damn, no, I didn't know. Kane. What? I can't do that now. That is not an option. I can't create this. Um, because now that would be a copy. So fuck. Didn't have the ID. God damn. So sad. That piece really good. I am I am sad I didn't have that ID. God. Dang. Yes, I do have uh, I do have codecs here. I also have anti-gravity. I mean, I basically have all of the options in there so that if I reach my limit, I can go into codecs and use the free tier of the months within codecs. And then when I reach the limit with codecs, I can move on to anti-gravity and do the exact same thing. And then when I reach the anti-gravity things, I move to windsurf and do the exact same thing. That's how it works. That is how it works. Um, so that is supposed to be working, right? That's what we said. This is good. Um, so great. Now we lost the zone buttons, zone, click, pricing, jet trigger. I'm just using all the words without, and the badge is still not in the right place. Oh my god. It makes no sense. Let me check that link. Yeah. So I thought about it. I thought about it. I thought also about using the. Goddamn, what's their name? There is an icon set that is containing very much 50,000 brand logo, and that's pretty good. But yeah, the pricing is pretty fine, to be honest. The fact that I could simply have the like the whole system work as a scraping background action, basically using the API and just saying when we have one single app that is requesting one image, we just save it locally on Cloudflare bucket. And then after that, we're using the cached version that is on Cloudflare that will remain on Cloudflare indefinitely. And therefore, I'm basically just building my own container. So with that, that could 100% be done and work and be an option. But yeah, I just need to know what's the dang. What's the attribution? Do I have the logo on top of the thing or not? And depending on that, um, we'll see. But I'm gonna keep that in the interesting tools for now. Guess what? It's placed properly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mm, mm. It's weird. That's the only one that doesn't open the pricing widget. The others do, but the rest is good. But I don't get it. I don't get it. Nonetheless, uh, I mean, why not? Maximalist logo is not a bad idea. Uh, This will never work. This will never work. God damn. God damn. Yeah. I wish we had a Santa situation, but yeah, Mizzy, hi, what on? How are you? How's the day going? I'm good. I'm fighting with these, but now I think I have the thing working, which is the case. I have the thing working. Yeah. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. That works. Um, the safety is on. I can attempt free tier updates. Let's make sure that everything is working. Mm-hmm. It is. It is working. So far, today, 2 people have dropped and landed. So, apparently, you're not gonna land. But, yeah. Damn. Everyone's dropping at the same time. It's crazy. I might make it. No, I'm not gonna make it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Stony might make it. Yep. God damn, Stony, good job. God damn. That is impressive. I mean, it happens not often, but it happens. And you did good. So, cool. That's done. So, now the thing that is a bit more complex is I don't know if the deployment of this thing, and that's not the page that I need to go to. Um, no, that's the wrong one. Have a good luck if you're looking. This needs to deploy itself properly, and I'll see if that works. What? We'll see. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. I don't know. I don't know. Um, maybe not. Maybe not. But yeah, you are in the center. God damn, that doesn't happen often. Like close to 90 is not a common sight. Not a common sight. Oh yeah, by the way, even though that's a very different topic than the usual things, but I talked about that last year. I've been rewatching Stargate SG-1. And I've rewatched the entire thing because I like it. And so last month I started to rewatch Atlantis finally because I couldn't find it and then it popped back in on Amazon Prime. So I finished Atlantis yesterday, I think. Yes. Finally, I think when I was a kid and I watched it when it was airing on TV in France, I only saw a small amount. I didn't have the entire thing, so now I have the entire final series of 3 seasons that I didn't see before. And it's so sad that they ended this entire thing so badly. It was very bad, and I'm really, really sad about it. Not gonna lie. It was shit. The ending was shit. They could have added so much. They basically, I mean, I feel like the ending was, oh, maybe we will have another season. Like we could, with this twist at the end, we could have another season. We could have something. And then on the last episode is just like, well, they didn't renew the contract, so we need to find an ending. Let's do something about it. And it was really bad. It was really bad, but you know, it happens. Kind of high. What on it? So now I'm waiting for the latest Stargate TV show thing that is coming up or supposed to be coming up. I know that there is a Stargate Origins TV show movie things that is there, that exist. So I'll take a look at some point. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. One of the things that is pretty fun in the Atlantis is that I'm good with makeup artists, and I recognize people really really fast. And she was a child actress in one of the early episodes, and then she got rehired as a grown-up much later. And that was kind of fun to see because I was like, well, I know your face. I've seen you before. So that's it's a weird thing. And then that guy, he's playing one of the villagers and one of the bad guy, but with makeup. So people don't recognize it. But then when you pay attention for like 3 seconds, you're like, ah, that's the same guy. So that was fun. Anyways, details. Some details. God damn. What did you do? Did you break something? What the fuck did you fucking do? How? How do you do that? Goddamn. Oh.
Stony_Eagle gifted Kanawa Nagasaki a subscription. Stony_Eagle gifted a tier 1 sub to Kanawa Nagasaki.
I'm confused. I'm confused. Also, it doesn't even send me to your account. It sends me to Twitter directly. I'm confused. How the fuck did you do that? Oh, and now it's purple in the center? Oh, you have 2. You have multiples. Yeah, but why? You're scaring me now. Yeah, but how? That that's my question. How did you achieve that? I want to know how did you achieve the braking? Because the braking is impressive. I am impressed. I can't deny that. But goddamn, uh, yeah, goddamn. How? I think that's a mistake. Yeah, how the fuck did you do that? Hmm, I see. Does that... Thank you, by the way. Even though it's broken and so on, uh, does that mean that you have simply needed the WebSocket address thingy for convex for the database and then just do a push based on that query in question? Um, nah. I'm gonna need to fix this. I don't know exactly how though. That's the fun part, I guess, for some people. Um, I don't know exactly how I can do that. Um, how I can explain it, like that's the thing, because one user has found uh, I'm gonna do that. Yeah. That's for anyone that was in the beginning of the stream already here and talking about the fact that um, the vibe coders like myself need the devs that think that they don't need designers. That's why. I don't understand a single thing you just said. um, so, yeah. Uh, that's exactly what I'm doing right now. Um, hmm, I guess. I guess. Um, so it's not necessarily like a limit to convex. It's mostly like uh, a what is acceptable within convex. So basically, it's going to be something along the line of, even though convex is supposed to only allow for um, like 4x4, 8x8 cards potentially. Uh, there is a thing where you can still get like a 999 instead, and you end up with a bit of an issue. So, mm, need to figure that out. Um, yeah, that's sorry. That's what happened when you export like a full Blender things. So I get it. I'm gonna copy paste that for the sake of copy pasting. Um,
Rip my heart out, it's broken anyway. Replace it with a metronome and I will obey. Rip my heart out, it's broken anyway. Replace it with a metronome and I will obey. Obey.
hmm, we'll see if that goes through. The thing is, based on what you just said, right now I'm potentially making a fix just for the card sizes, which are supposed to be very specific sizes. What you could probably potentially uh, send other things. I'm guessing, based on what you just said, there is probably an option for you to send packages, JSONs, and content that is a bit more different. Um, like you probably would have the ability to unlock stuff. Probably. But that's like, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. That is interesting. But thank you so much for breaking it. I appreciate it. Again, I have no clue what I'm doing, as always. So the fact that someone is or has the ability to just get in, show me how the thing is broken, can be broken, and
EG underscore Khalil just
you know,
resubscribed for 49 months.
do that.
Buon giornito Pepito.
That is good, Kale. Welcome in. How are you? How was your day? How was your stream? I hope you're good. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. We are currently breaking stuff, and I'm not really happy with it. But yeah, yeah. um, I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired, as always, at that time of day. But yeah. At first I tried to put cards very, very far away by setting coordinates at 99, but you ever calculate? Yes. Back to view, so I tried with the card size and it worked. God damn. God damn. God damn. Oh. We just have our first dev breaking things. Just kinda decided to break the entire thing and have these two cards be 999 by 999, which is pretty interesting because it went to basically 999 in height by 8 in width, because even though it was 999, it couldn't display more than 8 in width. So that's an interesting system. That seems to be working a lot for something that simple, which implies that I'm probably going to have to revert this just because it pisses me off for how much things that happen here. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, I'm really happy that something like this happens, and I'm really happy that something like this happened with someone that we know, and not someone else that just wants to break things on their own. Like, it is kind of important that the breaks are made by people that we are aware of. Because otherwise, that's going to be bad. Now, that is supposed to be loaded in the background for sure. So, we'll see if that works. Conversation. Hey, what the fuck? Sorry. I don't like that. But yeah, this is just TypeScript React, I think. Yeah, Next.js. But I don't like the output so far. Yeah, it is Next. Which to me is the same thing anyways. Oh, why do we have so many MD files? Yeah, I don't know enough. Again, I'm still not a dev, so I don't know what I'm doing 99% of the time. And yeah, it's just bad. It is just bad, but nonetheless, it's working, which is the important part. I need to make sure that, sorry. I don't know how that happens. I need to figure that out. That's crazy. Yeah. Have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Thanks a lot for the resub. Again, appreciate it. See, that's taking way too long. Way too long for what it's supposed to do. I don't like this. I don't like this. I have a very feeling much, I have a very much feeling that this is gonna need to be resetted and reverted. Because, yeah. It's weird. The amount of glitch we have right now, it's probably because of all of that, but yeah. Would be much better, much faster. I hate when there is like so much code that is changed, because again, I don't know what I'm doing, and therefore I'm not reading the entire thing. And I would rather have the ability to just read what has been changed and be like, okay, cool, so we have this. That's all I need to know. Like, I need to know. That makes sense. See, I can read stuff sometimes, not all the times, but like sometimes I can read stuff. It's rare, and figure out exactly what has happened, why these things are in these orders. So that is good. That is good. I also know, by the way, that these, sorry, my bad, is necessary here. And I'm guessing I need another one here with explore. Based on what we had. What the fuck are you deleting these for? No. No. Interesting. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. If it was more wheat oriented, why not? It's not bad. Not gonna lie, it's not bad. It's even pretty good. We will take the time, to be honest. At some times, at some point. Potentially not today, because I need content for the streams. But like we did with Phil's with the logo on here, we probably could do a very similar session of creating a logo. Maybe on Wednesday. I don't know. Maybe. So that we have the band logo done at some point, because it is necessary to have. So yeah. Yeah, this is shit. All right. Fixed aspect ratio and fixed sizes options. We'll see if that helps. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. This makes absolutely no sense. Basically, the card right here are saying that the card width could be between 1 and 12 or between 1 and 20. And the grid columns is between 1 and 12, but the grid column is currently at 8, I think. And the cards are set to be like at the maximum of 4x4. So there are already limitations in terms of what the cards are supposed to be and what the grid is supposed to be. So the clamp for the sanitization is supposed to be based on that. So we'll see if we can fix that. Which I guess we can. Yeah. Why are you fixed on re-adding these? I just said yes. That's crazy. All right. Hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. I mean, also we have one mistake right here. Yeah, that. I don't like the closest size. That doesn't seem like a good idea. But yeah, I need to read what happens, because right now nothing's good. Also, it creates the fucking MD files again. That pisses me off. I know it's for documentation purposes, and I know that it's like doing it for memory and not having to rescan the entire database and the entire code base every time. But god damn, is it a waste of tokens. Specifically because all of that is going to be re-explained in the reply message. The last message that's going to be sent is going to be, here is everything that I've done. And you could have done that from the go. Right here, like right there, you know. Yeah, it's 4x4 as a maximum card. That is such a weird thing, but I get it, I guess. Yeah, why not? Um, I guess we'll see. Yeah, I mean, on this one, it's probably not gonna do anything anyways. But if I knew, hmm, which I don't, probably do some stuff about it. Um, yeah. So going back to what happened right here, there is the grid gap at 100 pixel maximum, which is a very bad idea, but whatever. The border radius at 100 pixel, which is a very bad idea as well. Doesn't really mean anything. And then the spacing at 100, it's the same thing as the gap, so it doesn't make any fucking sense. So yeah, specifically because the corner radius is in rams, therefore 8 rams is the thing in question, or 100 rams would pass. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with this. This is pissing me off. This is taking so long every time. I am not happy with this. Not that it matters, but goddamn. Congrats. I like it. I like it. How the fuck did you do that? I think I know. You basically just have one section and my section title block can expand, which is the goal. And then on the title, oh shit. So,
すみません、お兄ちゃん。これはシースですか？シース
congrats. I indeed do not. I don't like this. Thank you. We apparently also need to add line limits in the text inputs. Everywhere? I guess. Everywhere. So, front of the cards, title, section text, user, I guess name, and description. I mean, the only one where you have the ability and you should have the ability to get as crazy as this is the case study, which is a text editor. So that should be a thing, but I'm almost certain that you will find a way to fuck it up. So please be my guest. But yeah. God damn. But that's the only one that is supposed to get like a long format, text format. I think I have some sort of a limit based on TipTap being or safety at least being checked. But I'm again almost certain you will fuck it up. So please go ahead. Go ahead. God damn.
It seems to be a sudden general explosion of mass homicide.
Ah, so. I do, but apparently I don't. Yeah. Apparently I do not. God damn. God damn. Oh. Appreciate. I just want to reiterate on the fact that I am grateful for that happening here. For content, uh, for reasons. But yeah, goddamn.
It seems to be a sudden general explosion of mass homicide.
I feel like this is something that should happen in both, as you said, in both server and UI as well. Just to make sure. But yeah. I feel like this is bad. I think the card text is not good. The case study is the only one that could have more. The embed code can have 50,000, which is a massive thing, but why not? A URL with 2,000 characters seems to be a massive URL, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. 5,000 characters for the text guard means that you would be able to scroll, which is not a thing, so I don't think that would work. Yeah. All right. I'm not happy with that. I'm not gonna lie. Not really happy with that, but thank you for testing it and breaking stuff. This is gonna be can I fix? That's the name of the commit. That's what it is. No questions. Did you break the case study? You didn't. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know though. That's the thing. I don't know if this is a silent thing, as in the function is running for everyone everywhere all the time, or if it's something else. You did start it. Aye. Let's hope for the best, I guess. I guess. I doubt it. I doubt it. Well, that was supposed to go through. Dutch propaganda. Hi, welcome on in. I don't, but welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I don't. I do remember how insignificant we are in the grand scheme of things. And therefore I usually don't give a fuck for that reason. So, in a way, yes, but not in that way. I don't remember exactly when something clicked in my head, where I was like, well, this is not, like, yeah, me too. I used to be a kid as well, yes. But yeah, like overall, the thing that I'm pretty much have in my head most of the time is going to be stuff along the line of there's no way that we are alone in the universe based on the scale that we can see, and there's no way that we are that important anyways, and therefore it's significant in the grand scheme of things is the best explanation. And yes, there is another Dutch. I mean, there is many Dutches in here. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. How did you know? Oh, and this is just because it's in the convex fucking files again. God damn. I guess you found the stream through Stony, in a way. I think I need to change something in the code somewhere in order to have a file like here, for example. That's such a bad move. Let me just change that contract. But no fucking reason, just to have something in the main folder so that this bitch recognizes that something has changed, and then we can just, publish that somewhere in the hope that GitHub figure it out. God damn, I am so tired. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. All I want is for this thing to pick up that there is a new version and then just deploy it and hope for the best. I'm expecting this to break. Yes. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. That's good. God damn. I'm happy you joined before I made the change, because otherwise there is another field that you don't know about that might also break. So, yeah. God damn. God damn. That's still building, so I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Yeah, no, I don't think there is any other specific cards or thing that you can do to break. I mean, there is probably other things that you can probably inject, I'm not gonna lie. I would say for someone like you that has the skills and the knowledge of how to do so, the most breakable thing is probably the embed card, which is pretty impressive that you haven't done that yet. But the embed is basically giving you the ability to just get the fucking code to do whatever the fuck you want in there. So I would expect that you have the ability to just break this entire thing with no issues. But, maybe don't. Or maybe do. I don't really care. But yeah, that is pissing me off so bad. So bad. Every time I need to basically just reopen this to get like the physics to work, it makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. I see. I think you broke something. Like very hard. I'm not gonna lie. I have a feeling. Yeah. God damn. You know. Good. The sad truth. The fact that I have to revert that means that I have to basically revert the code here as well. Oh my god. And I don't know what broke. I don't know if it functions or if it's something else. Goddamn. Ah. Again, the main issue with these things is that I don't have the breaking stuff in here because I don't have enough data in the dev environment to break it. Whereas here, I have enough data. But yeah. I mean, I can redeploy it and then just get the error code-ish, but then I don't have shit going on. So let me just check if I have something in the logs. I don't. Damn. I do? I don't. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't know if reverting the code is a good idea entirely. But I do know I need to sleep and do other stuff. So I'm gonna need to send you somewhere, and I need to fix all of that as soon as I can, because that's bad. That is bad. I could even maybe nah. I thought I could. I can't. Let's say I could even send you to Cat, but no, Cat is not live yet. God damn, that's crazy. Who do we have? Props is offline. Nan is online. BitGame is online. Where are you going? Tony, any ID? Any specifics? Damn. Nan is doing a pretty interesting thing with the foot fingers. I don't know who that is. Lana is live as well, but it's been a while. I guess we can Nan our way through the stream. It makes sense. It would make sense. It's a pretty good game. It's a pretty good game. I would say that. That's fine. That's fine. That is fine. I'm sending you there. So as always, thanks so much for being here. Highly appreciated. We have been a lot more than usual, which is really good. So thank you so much for watching and staying and all of that. I highly appreciate it. Again, if you have questions and I'm not live, join the Discord. That would be highly appreciated as well. I will not be there. The schedule is supposed to be this, but that's not the case anymore. I'm supposed to be back on Wednesday, which will be the case, but I'm also supposed to be back on Friday, which is not the case this week. As always, if you have a perfume collection, that's the best thing. And if you want to break ban like Kana is doing, go there, get your account and break everything. And if you're someone that learns Japanese, that's good for vocabulary and stuff. Anyways, I did change the number. I did. I didn't believe in myself, but I did change the number today. So, stream 28 was today, as always. Have a good rest of your day. eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and yeah, I'll see you soon. Bye.